Okay. Okay, we should be good, we should be okay. No, I am not physically threatening you. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. It's all cool, it's all clear, it's all copacetic. I'm resisting the urge to sing that one local H song, all because of the word copacetic. But anyway, hello there, hello again. Happy Monday evening, happy Monday night, Monday evening, heading into Monday night. How are you doing out there? It is I, the Professor of Pugilism, the Archduke of Old School, the Lord of the Soup, and the Master of Galaxies. The man of the hour, the tower of power, too sweet to be sour, Poncho Smith here. Welcome in. Welcome back. So as you can see, well, a couple of things that I think are worth pointing out. I was hoping to go live like about a half hour ago, but as I went to hit the record button on OBS, I got a pop-up message, saying, no, we're not gonna let you go live, Poncho. We're not gonna let you record, Poncho. You suck, you loser. And then it said something about a driver update. So, sometime between the previous stream, which was the last Mario Galaxy stream, and going live tonight, I went ahead and did one of those OBS updates. I get prompted to do it. It prompts you every now and then for like some shiny new feature. All it really does on my end, as far as I've seen and as far as I can perceive, is it just makes things a little different. It changes how the text on the audio mixer looks, or some superfluous nonsense like that. But I tried going live a half hour ago, got booted out. So the best thing I could think to do was to open up my NVIDIA app for like the first time in half a year, and click on the first thing on the first pop-up screen that said driver update. And that's what I did. That's what I did. But we should be all good now. Also, you notice that I added Master of Galaxies to my little intro. Hey, look, man, you know, the game declared me the Master of Galaxies after getting all 242 stars in that game, after beating the perfect run. And you know what? If Mario Galaxy 2 thinks I am worthy enough of that title, and you know what? Damn it, I'm gonna keep it. So we will forever be opening with the Professor of Pugilism, the Archduke of Old School, the Lord of the Soup, and the Master of Galaxies, along with the other shit I stole from the late great Macho Man Randy Savage. That's just how it is. It's just how it is. Okay. So when I set out the notifications on Blue Sky on Discord, the title of this stream, the subtitle of this stream, August in Akihabara. Well, what game do you know takes place in the district of Akihabara? Care to venture a guess? I got the answer for you right here. Okay, I'm not clipping into the undertext. Yeah, you know, I know people like to put socials in like little blank screens, or in like the negative space, the unused space. How big is my text box here? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can live with that. I'm perfectly fine with some of the chat, you know, coming over my dumb lack of a face. The empty void where a face should be. But I'm throwing this on. We're going to do the old school Steins Gate experience. Steins Gate, tomato, shamato. It's fine. It's cool. Let me take that down in my headset a little bit. Okay. Okay, audio, that's not coming through too loud, is it? Okay, it's fine. Yeah, so after being put through the meat circus in Psychonauts, after getting my ass pounded in Windjammers, after having that flying disc shoved down my throat in Windjammers, and after having to endure the Super Mario Galaxy 2 post-game, my fingers and my nerves and my cortisol levels, they deserve a little bit of a break. They deserve a little rest and relaxation. They deserve a little bit of backing off. So I figure the best way to do that, to accomplish that goal, would be to just, you know, play something that doesn't require any meaningful controller inputs whatsoever. Just me reading you a story. Reading you a bedtime story. Yes, so this is legendary visual novel, time travel related visual novel, Steins Gate, whichever you prefer. You say Stein. Stein is what you say if you're a real motherfucking Chunbyo. Is that how it's pronounced? I don't know. I'm not a Chuny. Well, actually, you know what? I am. I am a VTuber. Every last goddamn VTuber on the planet is a Chuny. Absolutely no exceptions. Absolutely no exceptions. Yep, there's the Tube TV shop. Yeah. Yeah, so instead of platforming, we're gonna be reading. We're gonna do a lot of reading. And this is the first time in a while that I'm breaking out the mouse. Breaking out my 8-bit do wireless mouse to do things. See, I'm moving the cursor all around the screen. Is it coming up on... I'm trying to look at, well, I can see it on my end. I don't think you can see it on your end, because it's not coming through on the playback. I'm not seeing a mouse cursor floating around. Oh well, not the end of the world. But anyway, played this some time ago, a number of years ago. Maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago, I'm not entirely sure. So yeah, we're gonna do this start to finish, because it is August, the game itself takes place in August, and later on this month, would you call it a remake? It's called Steins Gate Reboot. That's coming out later this month, in the month of August. I'm personally not too thrilled that that's coming out, or, you know, maybe some people are thrilled that it's coming out. I'm just not going to have a whole lot of reason to jump on that right away. I just don't feel it's super necessary, because what do? They had this, they had Steins Gate Elite, and now they're doing the reboot. So that's the... Okay, you had the TV anime too, so that's like the fourth iteration of the story. Well, no. Elite had, it was a visual novel, but they used footage from the anime as opposed to the original artwork. So I'm not sure if you would count the anime and if you would count Elite as two separate things, because one served as the base for how the other looked. Something like that, something along those lines. I don't know, I'm not an expert in this. I am also not an expert in the sciences, which is why, thankfully, the voice acting and the dialogue will take care of most of this. Even though it is in Japanese, but, yeah. You can read subtitles. You can do some reading. Yeah. And the reason I pulled out the brick wall behind me again, the first time in a long time you're seeing that faded color brick wall. I tried positioning myself in a few different places to see if I could, like, be somewhere where I wouldn't, you know, take up too much space, where I wouldn't block too much text. But, like, if there were only, like, a few lines... If it was more along the lines of, like, Psychonauts, then I wouldn't have a problem with it. But I've got to read it, and you've probably got to read it, so, you know, this was the best thing to do. And, yeah, I know I haven't gotten my own personalized overlay yet. I really should. Does anybody know anyone who's good at that kind of thing? You know, please, you can give them a referral. If you are inclined to do so. But anyway, let's go ahead And start, okay. One thing to keep in mind, we will be utilizing, when we get to Chapter 4, we're probably not going to do that tonight, because there's a lot of stuff going on. When we get to Chapter 4, I will drop two separate, what do you call it? Two separate save files. Because there's some specific things we need to do to get all the endings. Just taking another sip there. Alright, so let's go.
全ては偶然だ。だがその偶然はあらかじめ決められていた世界の意志でもあった。俺はイカれてなどいない。至って正常だ。ここでは真実を語っているんであって、断じて中二病の妄想なんかじゃない。
Yeah, we said it.
きっかけはほんの些細なことだとしても、それが未来の大きな流れを決定づけてしまうこともある。バタフライ効果という言葉を知っているか。知らないなら調べるのだ。それぐらいの慎重さが求められているのだということを理解しろ。
Butterfly Effect, that was a Ashton Kutcher movie, right?
俺は慎重じゃなかった。自分の愚かさを分かっていた。あいつを失うことになんてならなかった。未来をこんな形にしてしまうなんてこともなかった。分かるはずがないだろう。その瞬間の自分の手に人類すべての運命を決定づけるような重大なターニングポイントのスイッチが握られているなんていうことは分かるはずがないんだ。考えてもみるがいい。普段の人間の知覚は 99% が遮断されている。人は自分で思っている以上に愚鈍な生き物なんだよ。普段の生活の中に生まれている何気ないことなど気にも留めないし、知覚したとしてもすぐに忘れるか脳が処理をしないかのどちらかなんだ。あの時の俺に言ってやりたい。迂闊なことをするなと、軽率なことをするなと、見て見ぬふりをするなと、もっと注意を払えと。陰謀の魔の手は思った以上にずっと短くなって、いつでもお前を陥れようと手ぐすね引いているのだと。
Okay. Yeah, so someone's in a bit of a pickle. Someone's in a bit of a predicament.
始まりはあるか終わりはない。無限星にもまた始まりはあるが、自らの力を持って滅びゆく。有限英知を持つ者こそ最も愚かであるの。歴史からも読み取れ、海に生ける魚は陸の世界を知らない。彼らが英知を持てばそれもまた滅びゆく。人間が光の速さを超えるのは、魚たちが陸で生活を始めるよりも滑稽。これは抗える者たちに対する神からの最後通告とも言える。
Alright, there's your title drop. Got the title drop, we can begin properly.
ねえねえ、何ブツブツ言ってるの？
There's no sound from the phone against my right ear, only silence. I am baking in the summer sun. Sweat slowly slides down my chin and drips onto the asphalt.
おかり、ねえってば。
A girl is standing in front of me. She calls my name with an inquisitive tilt of her head. We are about to infiltrate deep into enemy territory. Yet despite the imminent risk of death, there is no hint of tension on her innocent, childlike features. I cover my phone's mouthpiece and turn to the girl with an index finger to my lips.
誰かと電話しよう？
I nod and put my phone back to my ear. Oh, the son of a bitch isn't even on. Who is he getting his telepathic messages from? Still no sound from the other side. My contact is wise to maintain silence. The whole area could be bugged.
いや、こちらの話だ。問題ない。これより会場に潜入する。
Still no reply. Looks like they just want my report. too dangerous to waste time talking here anyway.
ああ、ドクター中鉢は抜け駆けをした。たっぷりとその考えについて聞かせてもらうつもりさ。何？機関が動き出しているだと。
Okay, okay, I was wondering about that. Okay, so... I wonder if I can access it through here. Okay, so they have something called tips. So if you were playing this for the first time, if you were playing this for the... Yeah, if you're playing this for the first time, you get a prompt, you get the tips prompt, and that'll go into more detail over... You know, some bit of lore, or something that explains the setting, something that explains why our main character is so fucked in the head right now. So the organization, that's the first prompt we get. So the organization is the organization. Nothing more, nothing less. Its formal name is something else. But even uttering that name is a death wish. For that reason, all who know of its existence call it simply the organization. I open my eyes wide to match my shocked tone. The girl turns towards me in surprise. I sigh, shaking my head as I rub my temples.
そうか。それがシュタインズゲートの選択。エル、セ、コンドル。
El Psychic Kangaroo. I speak the parting words, then pocket my cell phone. Yeah, so from 2009. Well, the game was released in 2009. I'm wondering if probably takes story takes place probably like earlier than that. Steins Gate. Some know it is fate. To others, it is the will of God. You could count on one hand the people in this world aware of its true nature. In any case, we should begin the infiltration. I advance towards Radikan, which is just across the street from the train station. Of course, this is enemy territory. I can't just stride through the front door like an average person. I bypass the elevators and escalators and head to the 8th floor by the stairwell. But I only make it to the 7th floor before I have to stop and rest.
さっき携帯で誰と話してたの？
The girl, Shina Mayuri, immediately resumes our conversation. She followed me all the way here, and she isn't even short of breath. Alright, so this being... There are a lot of references to, like, otaku culture from that time period, Japanese otaku culture. And as you might imagine, the baseline level of fitness for dorks like this is shockingly low, even for that time period. I, on the other hand, am gasping for air with my hands on my knees. Who would have thought an 8-story building would be so tall? Yeah, man, you gotta get your reps in. Gotta walk like 20 miles a week, like I do. Or I will do again once it cools down a little outside. I turn to Mayuri while wiping the sweat off my brow.
聞くな。それがマユリのためでもある。
Big talk from a big man who's gasping for air.
そうなんだ。オカリン、ありがとう。
So there's a bit of suspension of disbelief here. Him being Okarin, Rentaro, being kind of, well, chuny is the word for it, but he does come off as, like, really deluded. You know, invokes a lot of conspiracy theories, just... It's a little... For now, you just kind of have to suspend your disbelief into, as to why so many people just seem to be... All the people around him just seem to be buying into this bullshit, or just kind of tacitly playing along with it. So just... I know that can be a little bit irksome. It was kind of irksome to me the first time I went through the story, like... This guy's kind of a weirdo prick. Why is everybody hanging around him? But just... Well, it'll play out. Let's just watch this play out. Mayuri smiles happily and doesn't pry any further. As always, she is quick to understand my position. We've known each other since we were both little. Mayuri is 16, 2 years younger than me, so she's more like a little sister than a typical childhood friend. I've been looking out for her as long as I can remember. I used to hope that Mayuri might become the key to Steins Gate, but now I've reconsidered. I don't want that terrible fate for her. She should live a normal life. That is my present wish. Up the stairs we go. We continue to the 8th floor and enter the assembly hall. In front of us stands a cheap-looking stage with a podium and a sign reading, Dr. Nakabachi's Time Machine Press Conference.
それよりオカリンオカリン
Mayuri insists on calling me Ocarine, but it's neither my real name nor my code name. It's just one of those annoying nicknames people use.
マユリよ、いつも言っているだろう。俺のことをオカリンと呼ぶなと。
でも昔からそう呼んでたよ。
それは昔の話だ。今の俺は法院京馬。世界中の秘密組織から狙われる。
I will not actually call him Kyoma. I refuse. I fucking refuse. He's Rintaro Ocarine motherfucker.
だって難しくて覚えられないし。
In any case, Hoin Kyoma is my true name. Tips. Oh, okay, convenient, they drop us here. Okay, the name that describes one's true essence. Soul name. I will neither confirm nor deny the allegation that Poncho Smith is my soul name. No, I will neither confirm nor deny.
それに岡部倫太郎と一文字も合ってないよ。おかしいね。
And she just plays along. Cease your foolish laughter. Okabe Rintaro may be my real name, but I would have rejected it, or I have rejected it, for it is stupid. And so, I also hate the derivative, Ocarine. Come on, it sounds like that Elf Boy's blue pipe thing. Ocarina! The Ocarina of Time.
でね、オカリン、教えてほしいんだけど。
In one ear and out the other. She's been calling me that for 5 years now, so maybe it's time to give up.
これからここで何が始まるの？
お前はそれも知らずここまで俺についてきたというのか。
Yeah, she's, if you couldn't tell, her key character trait, sweet girl, kind of an airhead. She nods without dropping her smile.
これからここで始まるのはドクター中鉢の記者会見だ。
We're standing in the assembly hall on the 8th floor of Radicon. It is here that the conference will be held. Dr. Nakabachi is an inventor. He appears on TV from time to time and has a few patents under his belt, but mostly he is treated as a curiosity.
記者会見？でも記者さんなんて見当たらない気がするよ。
Mayuri's right. I've scanned the entire hall, but there's no one who looks like a reputable reporter or cameraman. There are only about 10 of us standing in the hall, including me. Considering Nakabachi's moderate media presence and the fact that he claims to have invented a time machine, I would have expected more.
あるいは機関による何らかの妨害を受けたのかもしれないな。
Sure, Jan, sure. I twist my lips into a sneer. I thought that Nakabachi was like me, a scientist fighting to overthrow the organization. But this press conference suggests other motives at work. Our enemies won't miss this chance.
巻き込まれるのは勘弁だがな。
Nevertheless, I'm interested in what he has to say. That's why I'm here, blowing an afternoon of my precious summer holiday. At least you get a summer holiday, dude. Mayuri ponders my utterance for a while before finally turning her head.
巻き巻きトカゲ？それを言うならエリ巻きトカゲだね。
Oh, like a present. I don't think... I don't know. I don't think your childhood friend is that generous. Just a hunch. I let out a sigh. Mayuri is known to not only make bad jokes, but to laugh at them too. She's always been... special.
マユリ、気をつけろ。おそらくこの記者会見、何らかの事件が起き。
Confer. I didn't even finish my sentence. Are we under attack? Are they trying to fry our brains with electromagnetic waves? Tips. Okay, electromagnetic wave. Waves that exhibit properties of both electricity and magnetism, first formally postulated by Maxwell in 1864. The electric field and magnetic field's oscillations cause them to mutually propagate each other, resulting in a wave that radiates through its surroundings. This is why it's called electromagnetic radiation. EM waves are divided by frequency into radio waves, infrared light, visible light, ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Can we pull this down? Okay, I guess not. Crash. Dust falls from the ceiling as the floor shakes. We're definitely under attack. It's coming from above, but we're on the top floor. All that's above us is the roof.
地震かな？震度 2？ マグニチュード 2？ 震度とマグニチュードってどう違うんだっけ？
I don't know, was there a tips for that? No time to deal with Mayuri's confusion. Something's not right about this. I bolt out of the conference hall and run up the stairs to the roof, ignoring the no trespassing signs in my way. Ooh, red particles, red sparkly bits. The door is open. Upon closer inspection, I realize that the lock has been broken. I open the door and see a billowing cloud of black smoke. There's some kind of phosphorescent dust sparkling in the air.
爆発だと。
I can't believe it. Was there really an explosion? My heart is racing. Damn, I don't know what to do. Should I run away? But why an explosion? Terrorists? No, that doesn't fit. I mean, how do you explain that? Oh, we got a something here. What is that, a carnival ride? A strange machine is sitting in the middle of the roof. It's huge, maybe 3 meters tall, and looks kind of like a satellite. Did that thing cause this shaking just now? Who put it here? Was it Dr. Nakabachi? Is this part of his presentation? Impossible. Even if that were the case, how the hell would he get it up here? My head is bursting with questions. As I search for the courage to approach the machine, a throng of reporters and building staff bursts onto the rooftop. They look just as confused as I am. And then a woman, who I assume is a staff member, appears to wave us back. Is she trying to hide something? Her response was unusually quick, almost like she's trying to keep me away from that device.
これは匂う。陰謀の匂いだ。何を隠したいんだ。さっきの爆発は何だ。
I want to know, but I shouldn't risk getting any closer. I turn and leave. But not because I'm scared or anything like that. Sure, Jan, sure. Staff members lead all of us back to the 8th floor. Mayuri is nowhere to be seen. She's not in the event hall either. I find her on the 7th floor. Several capsule toy machines are lined up next to a plate reading, Birthplace of the Japanese PC. And that tip read, Okay, capsule toy, a vending machine that dispenses small toys at random. One cannot tell what the toy is before opening the capsule. Yeah, they would refer to that as gotcha in today's parlance. She's gazing upon them with a wistful look. I breathe a sigh of relief, then take out my phone.
これだ。どうも嫌な予感がする。俺たちの知らないところで何かが起こっているようだ。ああ、分かってる。無茶はしないさ。俺も命は惜しいからな。エル、さあ、コンブル。
You sure about that? After I speak the words and hang up, I am able to wipe the sweat from my forehead. My sweat is cold. Half of me hopes something will happen. The other half fears the same thing. I put away my phone and look back at Mayuri. She's still staring at those capsule toys. She doesn't seem to be worried about the explosion at all. I can't decide if she's level-headed or just airheaded.
マユリ、何をしている？
あのね、ウーパが欲しいなって。
Just as I thought. Mayuri points to a capsule machine. The sign on the front says, Rainet Kakeru 3D Character Doll Series. Okay, and... hold on. Rainet Kakeru... see, that's not taking me there. Which ones are? Okay, a popular manga serialized in the Loco Loco comics, the third season of the anime adaptation is currently airing on Toe TV. Although the series is ostensibly aimed at children, the realistic themes depicted also appeal to adults. More and more children are learning about the internet through this anime. It has reached the point where some scholars claim that children are better informed than their parents with regard to internet issues. Maybe at that point. Some people are even calling this new generation Rainet children. Some politicians and organizations have strongly criticized the series for encouraging children to become hikikimori by idealizing boys and girls who are obsessed with computers. However, a majority of adults praise the series for teaching children about the possibilities of the internet, internet morality, copyright infringement, and privacy protection. This has contributed to Rainet's success. Although the series stimulates intellectual curiosity, it is not merely an educational program. As Kakeru battles terrorists in cyberspace, his techniques and programs are represented as virtual robots, while his enemies' viruses take the form of monsters. This makes the confrontations easy to visualize, with well-timed perspective changes depicting both the protagonist's techniques inside the computer and his friend's teamwork outside the computer. Alrighty then. Rainet Kakeru is a popular anime series with its own card game spin-off, Rainet Access Battlers. They even hold international tournaments. Oh, like Beyblade. Upa is the series' mascot character. It resembles an elliptical egg with some limbs sticking out, like some kind of deformed dog. Yeah, I can see it. It's what they call an ugly cute character. High school girls find these creatures adorable for some reason. Last year, an ugly frog character was the rage. Its name escapes me, though.
やればいい。ウーパが当たるかどうかは保証できないがな。
Mayuri gives me a troubled smile.
でもね、マユシーは今、100円玉を切らしちゃっているのです。
Sounds like a personal problem. Mayushi is what Mayuri calls herself sometimes. According to her, it's supposed to have a star at the end. Mayushi. The star is implied. But who really cares?
だから、おかりんおかりん、100円貸して。
Oh, hitting my ass up for money, seriously. She holds her hands out with a look like a begging puppy. Looks like she was planning this from the very beginning. Well, at least she didn't say gimme.
黙ったれるな、マユリ。 金若さん、俺がお前に人生の厳しさを教えてやる。
Yeah, in reality, we're just a cheap bastard. Okay, he caved in. He caved in. Got it himself. I pull out a 100 yen coin, set it into the machine slot, and spin the lever. I open the capsule and take out the contents. Mayuri leans forward eagerly to see what I got. Oopa, wasn't that a, isn't that a shmup character? Yeah, basically these are what Labubus are nowadays. Except not as pricey. Get back up there. While I examine the metal Oopa, a boy who was watching us tries his luck on the same Rynet machine. He looks at my metal Oopa in resentment. I turn to see Mayuri's sparkling eyes also fixed on the Oopa. Oopa Loopa. Hey, high school girl, you're acting like a little kid. Honestly, I don't want it. Okay, Hyoin, Kyoma. Just making sure we're getting that pronunciation right. Yeah, we act chuny, but we're deep down inside, we're a big old softy. Is she doing it on purpose? I hear the announcement from the floor above. Alright, up the stairs we go. I head to the stairs. But Mayuri doesn't follow. Huh? She's preoccupied with the metal Oopa. I go on ahead. That's all you get. There we go. Polite little golf clap. Dr. Nakabachi enters to sparse applause. He walks up to the podium. He's already wearing a frown. For some reason, I can feel irritation from here. So one aspect that I kind of like with the character designs here, it's not just the solid brown, sports coat he's wearing. If you look at some of the detail, you've got some little splotchy bits, some splatter here. Think of it as like stardust, the sort of stardust, sort of like little details here, like little bits of like nebula kind of running around. This is common across multiple characters. You'll see. It's the same sort of visual trick they do. Nakabachi takes the microphone and begins to speak, his voice brimming with confidence. See, and you can also see it on Mayuri's hat here. They're kind of doing the same thing. Mayuri appears after writing her name on the metal Oopa. She's a bit late in more ways than one. What did she think a time machine presentation would be about? I take another look around the room. There are about 20 people now, including us, but still no media presence to speak of. So this is the extent of Dr. Nakabachi's fame. No one believes that he invented a time machine. I was interested in what he had to say, true, but my expectations were no higher than the rest of the onlookers. And a good thing they weren't. As he proceeds to explain his time machine design, my curiosity quickly turns to disappointment, then anger. Oh, he mad. My roar silences Nakabachi and draws the eye of every person in the room. Yeah, it doesn't take much to set him off. Okay, that's gonna be important. John Titor. A self-proclaimed time traveler from 2036 who appeared on an American internet message board in November of 2000. The internet went into an uproar, flooding the board with questions and debate. Titor boasted pictures of his time machine and its control manual, as well as diagrams illustrating the time machine mechanics. He also disclosed information on near-future events, time travel physics, history intervention, and the multiverse, timelines, and world lines. And then, 4 months after his appearance, he left a comment saying, "I will be leaving this world line shortly, and this will be my final post." And disappeared. Throw the stinking bum out. Just then, someone grabs my arm from behind. Quite convinced it's an official here to throw me out, I turn around to glare him down. It's her, folks. It's her. Best girl in the game. That's a very... I do quite like that, the shade of red they picked for that tie. It's a girl, about my age. Her intense stare seems to challenge me. I take a step back. Her face looks somehow familiar. Where have I seen her before?
Oh.
We haven't met, but I know her face. It's Makise Kurisu. A few days ago, my friend Daru showed me a magazine titled Girl Genius Gives Lecture in Akihabara. The article was about a 17-year-old girl who had just graduated from an American university. Her thesis was even published in a major scientific journal. Girl Genius Makise Kurisu. I recognized the stubborn-looking girl from her photograph. She's even wearing the exact same scowl. Well, I think that's just resting bitch face, my man. And again, with her hair, you know, you can see some of the stardust effect that they have. Not just on our hair, but like also look elsewhere on the outfit. They kind of do that here too. What business could such a genius have with me? She takes a quick look around the room, then turns back to me with a stern expression. What's with the attitude? She's obviously not staff, and there's no way that the Makise Kurisu would be working with someone like Dr. That the Makise Kurisu would be working with someone like Dr. Nakabachi. Which means... no. That wasn't my first guess, but good try. My outburst has already attracted too much attention. Nakabachi in particular looks like he wants to rip my head off. It must be mortifying to be exposed as a fraud by a bright young man like myself. Cool, man, cool. Anyway, I mustn't draw any more attention to myself. If the organization gets wind of my presence here, it could endanger Mayuri, to say nothing of these ignorant civilians. I let Makise Kurisu lead me out of the assembly hall.
ここで俺に何かすれば人目につくぞ。そうなれば貴様もいろいろまずいだろう。
何かって何ですか？人聞きの悪い。
She glares at me, quite fiercely at that. Attractive though she may be, there is no innocence in her eyes. A beautiful agent, unmatched in cruelty. This sets the tone of the nature of the relationship between Rintaro and Makise going forward. You know what the tenor of this is going to be. You have a pretty good idea how about 90% of their interactions are going to go from here on out. My heart beats in exhilaration. Exhilaration from the danger. He loves dangerous women. So do I. Looks like chaos really does get my blood pumping. Hehehehehehe.
私はあなたに聞きたいことがあるだけです。
それに答える義理はない。機関のやり方は分かっている。
だから機関って？
Instead of answering, I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。機関のエージェントに捕まった。ああ、マキセ・クリスだ。あの女には気をつけろ。いや、問題ない。ここはなんとか切り抜け。
We're just pissing her off even more. Kurisu suddenly snatches the phone from my hand. What skill? I didn't have time to react.
何をする？
あれ？この携帯電源切れてる。誰と話していたんですか？
She's caught on. Wait, we don't know exactly what she's caught on to, but she's caught on to something. Her eyes pierce deep into my soul. I quickly look away. She's good. Is she trying to attack my sense of identity in order to cause a mental break? Recover. This isn't enough to sway me.
貴様に答える義理はないが一応教えてやろう。それは俺以外が触ると自動的に電源がオフになる特別性の携帯なのだ。
I don't know about that, man. Such measures are necessary to maintain secrecy. I know things that could get me killed. I quickly retrieve my phone and wipe off the cold sweat from my forehead. That was close.
そう。独り言だったのね。
Gah! This is bad. Ordinary methods don't work on Makise Kurisu, the genius girl. On the contrary, she's the one psyching me out. Damn. Looks like I'll have to make a tactical retreat. If I can just find an opening. Suddenly, Kurisu steps up to me with a serious expression. She stares right at me, her huge eyes blazing with the strength of will. Such fire. I can't look away. Could someone with such pure eyes really be an organization agent?
さっき私に何を言おうとしたんですか？
Earlier?
さっきとはいつのことだ？
ほんの15分くらい前。会見が始まる前に。
Nonsense. This is the first time we've met. I was with Mayuri and that Upa toy 15 minutes ago.
私に何か言おうとしましたよね。すごく悲しそうな顔をして。
That's weird. Is this a trap? It does seem like one of the organization's dirty tricks. But would this girl do something that underhanded?
まるで今にも泣き出しそうで、それにすごく辛そうでした。どうして？私、前にあなたと会ったことありますか？
She seems sincere. That makes her even more suspicious. That's right. Don't let her beauty fool you. She's a cold, calculating secret agent. If I show the slightest vulnerability, I'm done for.
そういえば、なんで私の名前知ってるんです？
俺は全てお見通しなのだ。
I am a mad scientist, after all.
天才少女、次会うときは敵同士だな。さらばだ。
I spin around and take off down the stairs, ignoring her call to stop. Like I'd listen to the enemy.
機関目。あれほどのエージェントを送り込んでくるとは、ついに本気になったようだな。
I run all the way down to the 4th floor and check behind me. Once I'm convinced Makase Kurisu's not tailing me, I sigh while rubbing my temples.
だが、俺はまだ奴らに捕まるわけにはいかんのだ。
Well then, what do I do now? My mission was to attend the conference and evaluate Dr. Nakabachi's research. Now that I know he's a fraud, there's no real point in going back. I guess I'll just go home. But wait, aren't I forgetting something important? Let's see now, what is it?
マユリを置いてきた。
I knew she'd be a liability. I shouldn't have brought her along. I was trying to prioritize her safety, but got careless. I'll try calling her first. If she's alright, then I can just have her meet me here. With that thought in mind, I take out my phone and turn it on. And it rings just as I do.
メールか?
Yeah, back when we used to text emails via phone. Back when this was the hot new technology in a pre-texting world. It's not just a regular email. There's a video attached. And it's from an unknown address. I open the video file with some trepidation. There's nothing but noise. Is this a prank? Or some sort of Makise Kurisu-style attack? Maybe the noise is some sort of make-people-go-crazy frequency. No, wait. I don't remember giving her my email address, so I'm probably just thinking too hard. I curse myself for being gullible enough to play the video. I have more pressing matters to deal with anyway. I stop the video and call Mayuri's phone from my address. Or address book.
マユリ、なぜ出ない?
Looks like I'll have to go back to the assembly hall. But things will get messy if I bump heads with Makise Kurisu again.
まさか、マキセクリスめ、マユリをさらったな。おのれ、それが機関のやり方か。
Leaving without Mayuri isn't an option. Call me overprotective, but she's like a little sister to me, and there's a very real danger that she might wander off somewhere the moment I let her out of my sight, like right now, for example. Mayuri has always been like that. I never know if she'll be there when I turn to look. In a sense, that's why I became Hyoin Koyoma. I'm gonna fuck that up so many times.
戻るしかないか。
The thought of climbing back up to the 8th floor is depressing, but I have no choice. Because you are depressingly out of shape, my man. When I get back to the assembly hall, Dr. Nakabachi's conference is just finished. Nobody is on stage, and the phony inventor has already left. The 20 or so members of the audience are starting to pack up. I soon find Mayuri. She's in the corner, looking lost. Well, at least she wasn't kidnapped. Even better, I don't see Makise Kurisu anywhere.
あの女、俺におじけづいたか。よかろう。今日のところは見逃してやるとしよう。
Still, I keep my eyes peeled as I run up to Mayuri.
マユリ、なぜ電話に出ない？そろそろ帰るぞ。
あ、おかり。メタルウーパがいなくなっちゃった。
Oh, of course. She turns to me with a forlorn expression.
いなくなった？勝手に動き出したのか？それは実にファンタジーだな。
落としたみたい。
I see, so she was looking for it. Not like it really matters.
見つからないなら諦めろ。また当てればいい。
当たりっこないよ。だってね、メタルウーパはネットオークションで1万円近いプレミアがついてるんだよ。
And she did scribble her name on it. I don't know, because it has a name on it, maybe someone might try to return it to her. You know, put missing signs on the, put missing signs on, like, phone posts or something. That toy was worth that much? Okay, now he has some financial incentive here.
わかんないから探してるんだよ。あと、見つけても売らないからね。
その1万円、この俺の研究資金にしてやる。
だから、売らないってば。マユシーの名前書いちゃったし。
Thus begins our search for the metal Upa.
トゥットゥルー、ウーパさん、ウーパさん、出ておいで。
Mayuri tries calling its name. I don't know if she truly expects a response. By the way, tuturu is Mayuri's catchphrase. It means... Actually, I've never bothered to ask what it means. Anyway, the metal Upa is nowhere to be found. Maybe she didn't drop it in the assembly hall, but on the 7th floor and landing near the capsule toy machines. Another possibility is that someone with an eye for rare items pilfered it. Just imagining the smug grin on that person's face makes me writhe in envy.
おのれ、金にしか興味のない下劣なやつめ、恥を知れ。
おかりもね。
Whoa, wasn't expecting that from Mayuri. What was that?
姫かな。
I think so. Only the presenter and a few other people are left in the assembly hall. Including Mayuri and me, less than half the audience remains. Everyone looks at each other anxiously, startled by the scream. Even I cannot suppress a shiver. First the explosion on the roof, now this. What's going on here? Mayuri squeezes my hand tight.
Mayuri, ここにいろ。
I take a deep breath, prepare myself, and head up in the direction of the scream. The echoes lead me down a dark, empty hallway on the same floor. I'm pretty sure it came from around that corner. I crouch down and turn the corner slowly, keeping my eyes and ears peeled for any sign of danger. And there, at the end of the passage, I see it. There's something on the ground. No, someone. Motionless. Who is it? The clothes are familiar. It can't be. Oh, shit, boy. Makise Kurisu. Her face is turned away, but I know it's her. The impertinent genius girl I just fought with 10 minutes ago is now face down in a pool of bright red blood. She's dead. She's dead, Jim. Death already! Suddenly, I realize that I'm shaking. I want to run away. I shouldn't have come. This is wrong. Someone killed Makise Kurisu. There's no other explanation. Who would do such a thing? There's no one else here. I twist around in shock. Some other men have followed me. And every one of them is ghastly pale. They must have seen the body. A man cries out in panic. At this, everyone else starts screaming and running away. I follow them, of course. There's absolutely no reason to stay here. Concern for Makise Kurisu is superseded by my instinctive urge to flee. When I get back to the assembly hall, Mayuri is waiting for me with tears in her eyes. I grab Mayuri's hand and run. I race down the stairs, trying to drive the image of Kurisu's dead body from my mind. But I can't. The redness of her blood is burned into my mind, more than the sight of the body itself. That was my first time seeing a dead body. Is this what it's like? When I realized that she was dead, I felt a chilling terror and a surge of nausea. That was all I felt. Fear and disgust. Shouldn't there be something more? I guess I just didn't know her that well. I finally stop once we get out to the main street, Chuo-dori. Okay. Take a look-see at that. Dori. Word here used as a suffix meaning street. Thank you. My chest pounds, my breathing labored from running down the stairs at full speed. Amazing you didn't fall over. Mayuri doesn't seem to comprehend the situation. I guess it's because she didn't see the body. She's not even breathing hard. She looks slow, but she's actually pretty fast on her feet. I take several deep breaths. The color of that blood still stains my brain. But I've calmed down a bit. Makise Kurisu is dead. And I don't know who the killer is. Sirens in the distance. I guess an ambulance will be here soon. And the police will arrive and this area will become a crime scene. But for now, the crowds milling through Akihabara have no idea what has happened. Everyone is going about their business as usual, the never-ending search for electronics, moe, and porn. Okay, that's... Moe! Alright, this became a big deal like 20 years ago. A word used to describe the character traits that are cute or endearing. Includes flaws such as glasses, clumsiness, or ditziness. Also used to refer to the culture of entertainment centered around characters who possess such traits. Pronounced moe. So it's moe, 2 syllables, not like Mo as in Moe's Tavern. Just another day in Akihabara, which is where we are at right now, August in Akihabara. Oh shit, it's... Oh, I fucked up. It's in July. Oh well. I take my phone out of my pocket, perhaps out of reflex. I'm not sure what I plan to do with it. Oh, I know. My friend Daru. I'll tell him what happened just now, since he knows about Makise Kurisu. I suppose it might be disrespectful to the victim. But my adrenaline is pumping. I can't make calm decisions after witnessing something like that firsthand. That's how humans are, after all. We're not as special as we like to believe. At the end of the day, we're nothing but dirty, slime-like flesh. Our souls fester like semen left to rot in the room. Jesus, fuck, bro, come on. Maybe tone it down a notch, or 10. That's how we humans are. While wallowing in a bit of angst, I begin to type on my phone. Okay, someone stabbed Makise Kurisu, look bad, hope she's okay. Hope she's okay. I don't know if she was stabbed, that just seems like the most logical explanation, given the amount of blood and the absence of a gunshot. On the other hand, I didn't write that she was dead, even though I'm pretty sure that she was. I can't exactly explain why I didn't. If I had to say, I guess I felt like writing it down would set it in stone. It might make me feel guilty as well. The thought brings a smirk to my face. It's not like I'm the one who killed her. Why should I feel guilty? I just saw someone's death up close, and only a few minutes later I'm smiling. Am I really that cruel and cold? Well, I am a fiendish mad scientist, so it suits me. I finished typing and placed my thumb over the send button. And then I pressed down. Sending. Oh. Are we doing one of those time warp things? What was that? Wait, look around. Summer break. Noon. The busiest street in town. Just now, thousands of pedestrians vanished into thin air. Is this a dream? Am I hallucinating? I don't know. But they're gone. I saw them vanish with my own 2 eyes. I stand petrified, speechless, and alone on the empty street. Desperate to find someone, anyone, I look up. And there, at the top of Radikan, sticking out from the 8th floor event hall where we just were, is a crashed satellite. Oh, they get to run this again. Okay. Alright, I'll let that play through. Let me replenish my glass real quick. Okay, I still need the water to cool down a bit. Build up the water jug. Not quite fridge temperature. So we're going with grape juice right now. Sort of help me along here. Actually, was this the same animation that played at the start? Maybe it was a little different, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, different TV room. No, that takes us back outside. Maybe it was the same one. Forgive me, folks, it's been a long time since I played this. Okay, title drop once again. Okay, now we get the start of Chapter 1.
Oi.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, old data. Tell you what, we're at slot number 9. Can you remember that for me? Cool.
そこの貴様。俺たちが見えているか。なぜ何も答えない。貴様に聞いているんだぞ。モニターのそっち側にいる貴様にだ。
Oh, you mean me? I don't know.
間抜け面をしようってつまらんやつだ。貴様からだと
Yeah, this is us. This
俺たち
is
はテレビのモニターの中にいる
this
よう
is
に
a,
見え
this
る
is
だろ
this is
うな。
Pro Tag Kun's actual face.
だがそれは大きな間違いだ。モニターの中にいるのは貴様なのだよ。
He's doing a little fourth wall
貴様が
fuckery
現実だと
here.
思っているその世界は実はすべて虚構。もちろん貴様自身もな。真の現実、それはこちら側にある。自分が何を指摘されているのかすら分かっていないか。
Actually,
無理もない。
if reality is over there, does this mean that us in Flesh World, we're the actual anime characters? Ponder that for a bit.
まあいい。貴様には分かりやすく俺たちのことについて説明してやろうではないか。まず俺たちがいるのはどこかということだ。ここは東京秋葉原にある未来ガジェット研究所だ。俺たちは普段ラボと呼んでいる。世界の支配構造を作り変えるという
The system.
拠点だな。
The system. Elaborate. The system is the means by which the organization maintains its grip on humanity. Its full scope is too vast to comprehend, but suffice it to say that the system gives the organization influence over government, religion, media, culture, and science worldwide. Most people do not even know that their lives are controlled by the system, so it is so deeply embedded in the fabric of society that modern civilization would not be able to function without it. Destroying the system, therefore, would plunge the world into chaos.
そうなんだ。悪いことしちゃダメなんだよ、オカリン。
まあ入りは少し黙っていろ。駅から出たら中央通りを進み、末広町駅の交差点を蔵前橋通りへ左折。次の信号の一歩手前の路地を入ると、大檜山ビルという古臭い雑居ビルがある。その2階に我がラボは今日構えている。
I mean, for someone who thinks that, who's so fearful about being followed by the organization, motherfucker just gave them directions to his place.
目印はビル1階にあるブラウン管工房という
Braun Tube Workshop. Hold on. Yeah, why won't it... Okay, another name for the cathode ray tube CRT. This name is used more commonly in Germany and Japan. It comes from the name of the inventor of the cathode ray tube, Carl Ferdinand Braun. Braun. Alright.
今時旧式のブラウン管テレビだけを扱っているショップだ。いかに電気街である秋葉原といえども需要があるとは思えない。寂れた店なのだ。だがブラウン管工房店長である天王寺というおっさんはこのビルのオーナーでもある。ゆえに今や急ピッチで都市開発が進み、しかも高騰しているこの秋葉原であろうと道楽丸出しの店を構えていられるというわけだ。幸いにもあの店長は人を見る目はあるようでな。この俺のカリスマ性を見抜き、ビル2階を丸々ワンフロアただ同然で貸してくれたのだ。ふわっ
No, you were the only one stupid enough to pay his fees.
だが未来ガジェット研究所は深刻な人材不足のため優秀な研究員を随時募集中だ。今のところ所属研究員は
I mean, I presume at least two of you are doing any kind of actual science. Mayuri over there, well, we'll find out. Maybe she'll surprise us.
オカリン、オカリン、そこはラボメンって言わなきゃ。所属研究員じゃなくて
Lab mems.
ラボメン、すなわち ラボラトリーメンバーは俺を含めて3人
Our
で
lab bros, lab homies.
ラボメンナンバー001、ラボ創設者にして狂気のマッドサイエンティストであるこの俺、法院京馬。
オカリンって呼び方の方が可愛いのに。
そしてコスプレが趣味の高一点、ラボメンナンバー002、椎名真由里。
Okay, I shouldn't have to explain this. You know what cosplay is. Okay.
てってれー、マユシーです。着るんじゃなくて作るのが趣味だよ。
最後にスーパーハカー、ラボメンナンバー003、橋田至だ。
Okay, Super Hacker. A tremendously skilled hacker, or at least someone who claims to be one. The threat, "my friend's a hacker, so he can easily find out who you are," often appears during arguments on the internet. People mockingly call the obviously non-existent hacker a hacker. Is as real as the as the Canadian girlfriend, as the uncle who works at Nintendo, as the dude who was trained as a Marine in those 57 different ways of hand-to-hand combat. It's kind of on par with that.
スーパーハッカーって呼ぶなよ。スーパーハッカーだろ、上皇。
そんな我々3人で構成される未来ガジェット研究所の活動内容はそのものズバリ発明である。詳細は我がラボのホームページを見てくれ。
Yeah, back when having your own website was the coolest shit ever.
ガジェットが最優先事項だが、その研究から派生する副産物的な発明も多い。というか、今のところはそっちばかりだ。すでに我々は8つの未来ガジェットを完成させた。
Okay, so here's what they've been up to.
これはまだ序章でしかない。未来ガジェットのアイデアは俺の中に108まであるのだ。
Oh, okay, so he's pretty prolific.
某テニス漫画みたいにですね。わかります。
人の煩悩の数といえ、このアットチャンネルの目。
Channel Junkie. Fictional, Japan's most popular message board, covers a wide variety of topics from hacking to cooking to anime to current events. Essentially what 4chan used to be.
それと、俺が話しているのだから口出しをするなと言っているだろう。
I guess because Japan has its own history with, like, message boards.
そもそもオカリン、さっきからなんで独り言喋ってんの？
独り言ではない。
Oh, okay. Daru has no problem taking the piss out of him.
モニターの向こうにいるこいつに話しかけているのだ。
Not me. Not me.
あ、今その人、似合い
I'm not behind the monitor. I'm on the monitor, right here. Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo.
おのれ貴様、何を笑っているのか。モニターの中の存在のくせに。
I don't have a mouth. How can you even tell, bozo?
こっちみんなって言ってやれば？
Hold on. On the internet, it is an unwritten rule to say this whenever you see an image of someone or something looking towards the camera.
通じないんじゃないかな。
俺たちに話しかけられていることにすら気づいていないらしいな。自覚がないというのは実に不幸なことだ。
その人にしてみたら、マユシーたちがゲームみたいに見えてるのかな。
そいつには現実なのかゲームなのかっていう発想さえないんじゃね？
じゃあ、ダル君の大好きな二次元の女の子たちもそうなの？
2D girlfriends. You can take a wild guess. Take a wild guess what that's about.
それは別。あの子たちは僕の嫁だから。
誰の嫁の話はどうでもいい。
でもさ、マユシの言ったことって興味深いテーマじゃん。もし仮に僕たちがゲームの中の住人だとしたら、それを見極める術はあると思う？
Yeah, fuck your fourth wall, man.
ないな。
即答かよ。
故にそのような議論は不毛。
Jesus, I forgot how long this segment was.
砕く方法について考える方がよほど有意義だ。
But it just kind of set the stage for, like, kind of the dynamics of at least some of these folks. Nice. Chunibyo, bro. Okay, literally 8th grade syndrome, a term referring to a mindset exhibited primarily by teenage males. Also iffy. Also used as a derogatory term to refer to older people who still exhibit this mindset. Also iffy. Characterized by an affectionate or an affected attitude of nihilism or cynicism, extreme self-centeredness, delusion of power or superiority, and a consuming fear of being treated as a child. The person exhibiting these symptoms believes that they are cool, but most observers find them pathetic. Chunibyo is often abbreviated as Chuni, which also refers to the fictional tropes that teenage males often enjoy, such as ancient conspiracies, superpowers, especially powers sealed in a character's eye or arm, Norse mythology, battles for the fate of the multiverse, etc. The consummate Chunibyo case will work such elements into his own personal backstory. Ocarine is a textbook example. I step back from the monitor. Displayed on the screen is the ugly cute character, Alpaca Man. Okay, alpaca, a mammal related to the camel, average weight 50 to 55 kilograms, I don't know how that it is in pounds, average length around 2 meters, habitat Peru, Bolivia, Chile, recently alpacas can even be found in America and New Zealand. Unlike camels, alpacas do not have humps, their bodies are covered with fluffy fur. Due to their strangely long necks and charming faces, they have some popularity as an ugly yet cute, in this instance ugly cute, animal. This is a game called Alpaca Man 2, where you speak to Alpaca Man via microphone and watch him react. Okay, so kinda like, Seaman for the, what did Seaman come out for? It was on Dreamcast, right? Give me a second. Let me pull that up. Let me make sure I have my facts correct. Okay, yeah, the Dreamcast. Yeah, they made a Seaman 2, but I don't think it got, quite the attention the first one got. The game exploded in popularity when it was released 10 years ago, but personally, I only find the ugly part of ugly cute to be true. I bought it yesterday, 500 yen used, headset included. Yeah, this is a Seaman reference. I turned to Daru with a menacing glare. I sweep my hair back and flash a devilish grin. Offline meets in this context. Okay, yeah, no need to indulge that. He meant what he said the first time. Oh, come on, don't be that harsh. This fat, bespectacled guy is my brother-in-arms and right-hand man, Hashida Itaru, nickname Daru. He's a hardcore otaku. You can always find him in front of the computer, playing games and watching anime. In case you needed some clarification here, a term for people with an obsessive interest in a particular topic, hobbyists, most often refers to fans of anime, manga, and video games, but there are also train otaku, military otaku, electronics otaku, etc. I think here in the English-speaking world, or in the non-Japanese world, I think we would use the term weeb for that. That's kind of how, like, that sort of, like, subculture, how language in that particular subculture evolved over time. But you wouldn't call someone a train weeb. At least I don't think you would. He has 2D wives on whom he cheats with 3D maids. I don't agree with his preferences, but to him, anything's fine as long as it's moe. This is going to lead to some rather uncomfortable bits of dialogue in the future, just putting that out there now. And also, he's got a little bit of the stardust on his very plain shirt. He's the reliable and skilled partner who brings my ideas to fruition. Despite his insistence that software is his forte, he shows remarkable aptitude with hardware as well. Over here, nursing a pricked finger, we have Shina Mayuri, a 16-year-old high school student, if you can believe it. I've known her since we were both small. She's also an otaku, nowhere near Daru's level though. This ditzy girl is in charge of the lab's official costume division for women, and today she's working on costumes at her usual leisurely pace. I don't see any other girls here. So I guess she's making the costumes for herself, or... I guess neither Intaru or Daru are particularly interested in, wearing what she might have to make. Which is a little mean, you guys, come on. Why does the future gadget laboratory need costumes for women? It doesn't. The truth is that Mayuri is completely useless. Still, there's no way I would ever kick her out. After all, she was the first one to join the Future Gadget Club laboratory. I still remember the day Mayuri first came to the lab. It was spring, she said to me. Okay, yeah, so there's a bit of a hostage thing going on, but they'll get into that. Well, that certainly was cryptic. But her offer was my salvation. For she was the first to join me on my magnificent quest. She saved me from a solitary life on the run from the organization. I will never forget her kindness. Mayuri doesn't have to be useful. Her being here is enough.
で、オカリン、アルパカマンは反応したん？
いや、全然。
The human-faced alpaca inside the monitor was completely unresponsive. So unresponsive you'd think the game was bugged. Whatever, I give up. Never again will I play this boring game.
この不愛想アルパカめが。
Little projection going on there, mate, I think. I think the lady doth protesteth too much. I curse his name and smack the TV. As soon as I do... The TV makes a sound like it's shorted and then the screen goes blank. I change the channel. Nothing. Check the power cable. Nothing. Whack it again. Nothing. I guess it's broken. Damn. This crummy TV is on lease from the Brawn Tube workshop downstairs. It's probably just old.
きっとね、アルパカさんが怒っちゃったんだよ。
くっ、後で修理できるか聞きに行かなければ。
I turn off the TV and lie down on the couch. I'm fed up with the humidity of Japanese summers. I stare at a conspicuous stain on the ceiling while fanning myself. I close my eyes. And what naturally comes to mind is that impossible scene I saw an hour ago.
消えた。
As I left Radicon, everyone vanished before my eyes. I can't explain it. And it wasn't just the people on the street. The people in the stores, gone. In the restaurants, gone. Even the cars vanished, drivers and all. And it all happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an empty city spread before me. I could still hear the music from the stores, but those catchy melodies were the only sounds of life remaining. Heat was rising from the asphalt in waves, but I felt only a cold chill down my spine. I just stood there, breathless, until...
どうかした？
Mayuri's voice brought me back to reality. Mayuri hadn't disappeared. She was right there, looking at me with questioning eyes.
今人が消えたよな。消えただろう。今目の前で。
I don't know about that. Panic took hold as the enormity of what had just happened struck me. Unable to control myself, I grabbed Mayuri by her slender shoulders and shook her.
マユリも見たか？見たよな。
Mayuri's head flopped back and forth from my shaking.
見てない。
Aw.
見てない。
Didn't see any people or didn't see any people disappear? Elaborate, please. I stopped shaking her and looked straight into her eyes. She returned my gaze with eyes as clear as glass marbles. I mean, they do kind of have that sort of marble look to them. Maybe I'll do a Marble Madness stream one day. That was a game I remember being on the NES for a hot minute.
見ていない。見ていないのか。だってついさっきまでここにはたくさんの人たちが歩いていたんだぞ。
歩いてたかな。
それに店員まで消えている。こんなことはいくらなんでもありえない。
それは仕方ないと思うよ。
Her reply didn't make any sense.
とにかくね、最初からこの辺には誰もいなかったよ。そっか。オカリンは幻を見てたんだね。きっとこの暑さのせいだよ。トゥットゥルー。
Heat stroke. How could she laugh at a time like this? I always thought she was a bit strange, but maybe her brain is actually broken. Projection, mate, projection. I realized that she couldn't help me. With nowhere else to turn, I looked up at the bright blue sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight. The scorching summer sun shone bright through the gaps between Akiba's buildings. Naturally, my eyes drifted to the top floor of Radikan, where I had just been a moment before. Yeah, that's still there. There it was, an enormous machine, like some kind of satellite embedded in the roof of the building where not 5 minutes before I had found Makise Kurisu's body in a pool of blood. What happened to her? Just before everyone disappeared, I could have sworn I heard an ambulance siren. Makise Kurisu might still be in that dark, narrow passageway, cold, bloody, and alone. The thought disturbed me, but the question at the forefront of my mind was,
そもそもあの人工衛星は一体なんだ。
Right before Dr. Nakabachi's presentation, the building shook like a bomb had exploded. The roof door lock had been broken, and beyond it someone had placed a satellite-like machine shrouded in smoke and glowing dust. When I first saw it, the satellite was on the rooftop. But that's not what I was seeing now. This satellite had penetrated the top floor of the building, obliterating the room where Dr. Nakabachi's press conference had been held. It must have fallen out of orbit without burning up in the atmosphere somehow. I knew it was crazy, but what other explanation could there be? The real question was, when did that happen?
マユリ、あの人工衛星だが。
びっくりしたね。
びっくりしただと。何がびっくりしたのだ。
ドカーンってすっごい音がしたもん。
A plow Yes, that's the appropriate noise for it. A huge kaplow. It certainly did make a sound. But I don't think it was kaplow. Well, maybe it was more like kablam? Will that do it for you? I'd say it was more like... Zoom. Zoom.
あの人工衛星は落ちてきたのか。
来たのかな。宇宙人さん乗ってるのかな。
Had I lost my mind? What I had seen didn't match at all with what Mayuri was saying. Suddenly, nothing seemed real. Had I dreamt it all?
そこの君たち
Ah, shit, the cops are here. Just then, a uniformed policeman ran up to us, his expression stern.
ここで何をやってるんだここらは今立ち入り禁止だすぐに出て行きなさい
ごめんなさい。
Gomena sorry.
それより制服警官さん、仮にあなたを警官 A と名付けるが、一つ聞きたいことがあるんです。
警官 A って
Oh, he treats everybody else around him like NPCs.
今ここで数千人の通行人が一瞬で消えたんです。あなたも見ましたよね。
見ていないいいから早く出て行け
I was quickly losing confidence in my own memories. I decided to tell him about Makise Kurisu and get him to call an ambulance, but before I could,
さっきから何をバカなことばかり言っているんだ
the policeman took me by the upper arm and said, "No one got stabbed at Radicon." What? How could he say that with such certainty? While I was still trying to comprehend the situation, the policeman forcefully led us away. Okay, I guess nobody got stabbed then. Good to know, good to know. It's great when nobody gets stabbed. UPX. Okay, a fictional major office building in Akihabara. Okay. There were people at UPX, like usual. Actually, there were far more people than usual. The place was packed. Just as Officer A had said, Chuodori had been blockaded by police, so nobody could enter. There was nothing we could do, so we headed back to the lab. And that brings us to the present. I'm baffled. Did the whole hour since the beginning of Nakabachi's presentation really happen? I check online for any news. The net is buzzing about the mysterious machine that crashed into Radicon. All the major stations in Tokyo, even Toe TV, are running special bulletins about it. Toe TV, fictional, based off of a real station, but obviously had to be changed for legal reasons. A television network based in Tokyo, Toe TV airs more anime than other commercial television networks, making it a favorite among otaku. When a major news story breaks in Tokyo, most stations interrupt regular programming to deliver a special bulletin. Toe TV is the exception, which has given rise to the joke, if Toe TV cuts to a special bulletin, the apocalypse is nigh. Alright, fortunately it doesn't look like anyone was hurt, but Chuodori is still closed off. Akihabara Station is jammed with reporters and curious onlookers. Nobody has mentioned anything about the disappearance of thousands of people from Akiba streets, nor about Makise Kurisu's murder. It's all a mystery. A mystery.
そうか。そういうことか。
From the sofa, I spring to my feet, a wide grin on my face. Daru and Mayuri turn and stare.
これもすべて機関の隠蔽工作ということだな。警察にすら圧力をかけられるということは、この国の中枢ももはや奴らの手の内にあるということ。なんということだ。だが俺の目はごまかせんぞ。いつか必ず奴らの所業を暴き、その支配構造に終止符を打ってやる。
Having come to a satisfactory conclusion, I take a celebratory bottle of Dr. P, my favorite soda, from the fridge. Dr. P, Doc Pepper, Dr. Pepper, Doc Tier Popper. That's the one they're referencing. The lab has no air conditioning, ice-cold drinks are essential.
頭脳労働の後のドクターペッパーは相変わらず最高にうまいな。
コーラの方がよくね？
I'm not a cola guy. I don't care for Coke or Pepsi. Or RC Cola, or anything else. I was always more of a Sprite guy. Sprite, orange soda, lemon lime, grape, black cherry, I like that. I like root beer. I like ginger ale. Cherry ginger ale, if you have it. That I would prefer. I like a lot of citrusy stuff.
オカリンは本当にドクターペッパーさんが大好きだよね。
この知的飲料の良さがわからない奴は人生の5分の1を損しているぞ。
Product placement. Step through the curtain dividing its center and you'll enter the heart of the Future Gadget Laboratory, the development room. Just as the name implies, this is the room where we develop future gadgets. Needless to say, it is strictly off-limits to outsiders. Yes, I know the setup is cheap. I would much rather have an airlock than a curtain, but our research budget is already scraping the bottom of the barrel. Okay, that song's not coming through too loud. Okay, cool. Besides, what's important isn't money, it's ambition. Yeah, fill your left hand with ambition and your right hand with shit. See which one fills up first. I poke Daru and bid him to follow me into the development room. All of the windows here are weather-striped with packing tape, so it's dim. And hot, almost like a sauna. I've been wanting to buy an air conditioner for the lab, but there's no money for that. We are currently accepting donations. Yeah, had you waited a couple decades, you could have, made this a, could have asked Patreon for this shit, or could have asked, I don't know, Kickstarter. Make it a stretch goal. Upon entering the development room, I pick up the lab coat that's lazily draped on the chair and put it on. Now we are in full Chuny mode now. I always wear a lab coat in the development room, for practical reasons as well as symbolic ones. Daru, however, refuses to wear his. Putting it on and taking it off is apparently too much trouble for him. He can't be bothered to do anything that doesn't interest him. It's men like him who give our generation a bad name. His lab coat, purchased from my own pocket money I might add, just sits on the shelf. It's never been worn, and probably never will be. Keep that in mind.
ダル、計画は順調に推移しているか？
え、計画ってなんぞ？
Daru gives me a blank look. I sigh and turn his attention to the table in the middle of the room. Sitting majestically on the top of the table is a commercial-grade microwave oven. It's significantly larger than newer home models. If I have to explain to you what a microwave is... Well, we got a little history here. A cooking appliance which heats food by bombarding it with microwaves, hence the name. Originally called the radar range, the microwave was invented when a radar technician accidentally discovered that electromagnetic waves could warm food. Afterwards, research continued and the consumer appliance version was launched in America in 1947. Okay, a little sooner than I thought. I've always associated the advent of the microwave with, I guess the 1950s. Though I guess the 50s is where it probably started to become, really readily available. It emits electromagnetic waves at a frequency of 2.5 gigahertz. 2.45 gigahertz. This is a special frequency known as an ISM band, which is also used by wireless LAN devices. Consumer-grade output is usually around 500 to 1000 watts, and commercial-grade output is at around 1500 to 2000 watts.
計画は計画だ。8号機の挑戦以外に何があるというのか。
What is gadget number 8?
ああ、そのこと。いきなり計画とか言うから何事かと思った。
そろそろお前との付き合いも3年半ほどになる。
We went to high school together and now we're going to the same university. We share an inseparable bond like prison cellmates. He's only been a lab member for 2 months, though.
高2の時はクラス別でほとんど喋んなかったじゃん。だから実質2年半じゃね？
Good point.
細かいことはどうでもいい。それほどの付き合いの長さなのだから、いい加減俺の会話についてこられるようになってくれ。
それは無理。
Nope. Awkward silence. Man. All I wanted to do was have one of those cool cryptic conversations where we talk about plans and preparations and other important sounding stuff, but no one knows what it means except us. Shot down again. Shoot! Friend-zoned again!
それで、8号機の不調の原因究明は進んだか？
いや、まだ。
So far, the Future Gadget Laboratory has completed a total of 8 inventions. As I explained to Alpaca Man, the lab's primary goal is to develop weapons for the war against the Dark Dominion, led by the organization that rules the world from the shadows. At present, we haven't completed any inventions of that sort. On the contrary, we haven't even figured out what we should make. But along the way, we have managed to create some ingenious future... Hello, everybody. Hello. How you doing? How you doing, folks? Welcome in. I'm Poncho Smith. I do stuff. It's the summer of Poncho. Yes, Starfire. Toot-to-doo. It's Steins Gate month. We're spending our August in the district of Akihabara. We're playing OG Steins Gate. Well, I don't know if you'd say play necessarily, but we're reading OG Steins Gate. But Fresno, thanks for the raid. What were you guys up to tonight? If you don't mind don't mind me being nosy, don't mind me being inquisitive, and hopefully things went. You guys had a smooth stream over there. I hope that all went well. It is the summer of Poncho, and I needed a break from all the platforming I was doing. I endured the Meat Circus and Psychonauts. More Fields of Mysteria. Ooh, 1.0 update so you can marry a purple-haired witch. I don't think there are technically any witches in this game. Unlocking mystical seals in the depths of a mine and winning a witch's heart with pizza. Oh, sounds exciting. Sounds exciting. Cool. But once again, you know, I appreciate the raid, appreciate you guys dropping by. I needed a break from all the platforming. I endured Psychonauts Meat Circus. I endured the Green Stars and the perfect run from Mario Galaxy 2. I am giving my fingers and I am giving my nerves and my cortisol levels and my blood pressure a break. So we're just gonna read for a little bit. We're just going to do something a little relaxing. Not great for my voice probably. But I'm not reading every bit of dialogue. I'm just anytime Rentaro is doing like an internal monologue, the original Meat Circus or the slightly less awful PC version of the Meat Circus, whichever one's on Steam. Slightly less awful is still awful. And the stream I did the Meat Circus, that ended up being a mess to make a VOD for. Because during that stream, OBS crashed like 3 times on me. It's not great. Well, I never have to do the Meat Circus again, and you don't have to do the Meat Circus in Psychonauts 2. So, yeah, which is... We're not going to get to Psychonauts 2 for a good long time. But, yeah, that's how that went. So yeah, just... I did my 3D platforming. Now we're going to do, now it's story time. Now it's storybook time. But along the way, we have managed to create some ingenious futurish gadgets as a byproduct of our research. It is a fundamental truth of science that great inventions are often created by accident. In other words, serendipity. Okay, the ability to discover something valuable when looking for something else. The microwave oven was born through serendipity. Alright. Let's get it going. Left click, not right click. Allow me to introduce our glorious future gadgets. Gadget number 1, the bit particle gun. Okay, the very first future gadget, a toy ray gun with a TV remote jammed inside. You can change channels by pointing it at the TV and pulling the trigger. However, the only supported button is Channel Plus. In the anime Okabe's dub, VA broke down ugly crying in the recording booth, and that's the break they choose. I've still never watched the TV anime. I've played the game. I've played Steins Gate Zero. I've played I've played the dating one with all the romantic stories, but I haven't actually watched the anime. Usually when I play the game, I generally don't feel a great urge to get to the anime. I haven't watched any of the Danganronpa animes, but that is something I'm kind of thinking about. I think maybe I watched like an episode or two. I think that's about as far as I got. Maybe someday when there's another Blu-ray release where it's like, you know, reasonably priced. Because I think that's out of print. That was a popular show, and it's like fucking out of print now. That's absurd. Okay, the only supported button is Channel Plus. No other buttons like volume are usable. To turn the TV on, you must manually flip the switch on the TV. Its last name is a reference to the classic Japanese robot anime Mobile Jacket Gunbam. I see what they did. They swapped out suit for jacket and Gundam for Gunbam. Alright. Gadget number 2, the Bamboo Helicam. Okay, a CCD camera mounted to a bamboo toy helicopter. The camera is attached to the helicopter's fulcrum, allowing it to record aerial footage unpowered. They accidentally invented the drone. They invented drones. However, the image is rotating at high speed, so you might get dizzy if you keep looking at it. Name originates from the sci-fi manga 22 Emon. Gadget number 3, could this be Ora Ora? The fuck? A lie detector based on thumb perspiration, though it might be more appropriate to call it a sweat detector. You have to admit, it's a pretty clever invention. Its name is a reference to the classic manga Juju's Bizarre Adventure. I've only watched one season of that, and it's the one with where Jolene goes to jail or goes to prison. Okay. Yeah. Number 4, Moad Snake. Oh dear. Future gadget number 4, an instant super humidifier uses electric heating coils to quickly boil a large volume of water. This generates enough steam to fill a room of 12 square meters, though it can only be operated continuously for a few seconds. It looks like a claymore landmine, which appeals to military otaku. Its name is a reference to the stealth action game Metal Moa Solid Rising. Yeah. Gadget number 5, once again, I've made a worthless object by Goemon. Okay, this has got to have an interesting history. Created by combining a dryer and a vacuum, the dryer is operated using the exhaust of the vacuum. Its name is a reference to the popular anime Lupants III. You need your Lupants dried properly, I suppose. Gadget number 6, the Sialoom Saber. Future gadget, okay, a red chemical glow stick with a handle attached, allowing one to grip it like a sword. Made possible not just with Future Gadget laboratory hardware, but also with chemical knowledge. Inspired by Spark Wars, a series of epic sci-fi movies. You know, come to think of it, I haven't played a Star Wars game in a very long time. I've never streamed one, but there are a few that seem interesting to me. I just need to find the right time to do it. I need to find the right time. I think that job for me was made a little easier ever since I got my used X-Bone, which is on the second level of this coffee table that I've got everything up on right now. There's just it's kind of wild. There's just so much you can do with that property. You know, you had the SNES platformers, which were stupidly hard. They had like action RPGs, Doom clones, like really old school like simulation space shooters. Back when that was a genre people went crazy over. Yeah, a lot of they covered a lot of ground with that franchise. Okay, back out of that. Gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball. I wonder what this is referencing. A gadget created by arranging 12 6-inch CRT monitors in a sphere. Small CMOS cameras are installed in the gaps between the monitors, each connected to the monitor on the opposite side of the sphere. This is an attempt at... practical optical camouflage. Is the greatest masterpiece among the completed future gadgets, but its sheer size makes it difficult to store. Its name is derived from the sci-fi manga Ghost in the Husk, which has an anime adaptation. It has several anime adaptations, but I very much prefer Toast in the Shell. Old Toon Zone forum joke. Okay, what was number 8? They can all be seen on the website Daru made, so feast your eyes upon the product of a mad scientist's genius. Did they ever, like for the promotion of this game, it seems like that would be a thing they would do. Did they ever actually make this website, this homepage, as a means of promoting the game? Because all the cool kids did websites back then. Okay. Anyway, our current problem is future gadget number 8, the phone wave, name subject to change. You know, that does kind of remind me, if you're at all familiar with the anime Black Lagoon, I believe at one point, as a means of promoting the show, like when they put the dub out, or they may or may not have, I forget how, but there was a Black Lagoon MySpace page. And I think the opening message was Revy going, "What the shit is this fuck?" Actually, that's been a dream of mine, to do like a fictional social media account and a gimmick account, and it's Revy from Black Lagoon. The theme of the account is Revy on Benny, he's the computer guy. Revy on Benny's computer, and she's just relaying all the fucked up shit and all the fucked up smut that is on the computer. That would be an interesting sort of gimmick. Just her reacting to all the fucked up shit that Benny's downloaded over the years. Giving us the play-by-play. Okay, Phone Wave is a pretty weak name, so I've added name subject to change to the end until we come up with something better. For the record, it was Mayuri's idea, not mine. When a future gadget is completed, the three of us discuss what to name it. I prefer names based on mythology or names with hidden meanings that need extra explanation to understand. Of course, you absolute chuny. Daru thinks my naming style is too ridiculous, he just doesn't have a passion for words like I do. Mayuri can't be bothered to remember difficult names, she says they don't fit in her head. And so, our opinions on gadget names are always split. But I digress. The phone wave, name subject to change, is, in short, a remote-controlled microwave. Well, I think at this point you can program a microwave with your phone. You can program your dishwasher with your phone, program your fridge with your phone, you know, program your bidet with your phone, I guess. You know, since the technology has come a lot further from the time where this game takes place. You put food in the microwave before you leave, then on your way back, call the attached cell phone to start the heating process. Voila! Hot food ready for your arrival. So it's basically a piece of junk. A few days ago, however, we discovered that the phone wave, named Subject to Change, has a second unintended capability. Our brave, or possibly just ditzy, Mayuri had made it her daily routine to heat some frozen fried chicken by remote control. Long story short, she was defrosting her beloved juicy chicken #1 as usual when the unexpected happened. The chicken came out more frozen than when she'd put it in. The microwave refroze the chicken. Outstanding. Since then, Daru and I protect Mayuri. Her tiny brain has no room for sinful thoughts. You know, we'll probably get into it a little further on. Mayuri is a ditz, but she's... I kind of like this portrayal. Yeah, ditzy, yeah, airheaded. A lot more observant than she lets on. Doesn't know a shit about silence, but, you know, kind of has, how would you say, like, what she makes up for in, you know, not knowing how science works, what she lacks in science know-how, she makes up for, with more, emotional intelligence, let's say. Very emotionally receptive. Since then, Daru and I have been searching for the cause.
マユシがやった状況を再現して何度も実験したけど、冷凍できたりできなかったりだし、バナナを冷凍してみようとしたら、さらにへんてこなことになったし。
Oh, banana. Okay, this is where the real interesting stuff happens. Daru, now looking completely fed up with the heat, starts fanning himself with his shirt. I know what he means by really weird. Let's see if we can't make it happen again. It's banana time. Gel bananas. Oh boy.
前から気になってたけどさ、マユシ。ゲルバナって略さないでくんない？
だってね、ゲルバナはゲルバナだもん。
Yes, gelatin bananas. I take the bananas from Mayuri and stick the whole bunch into the phone wave named Subject to Change.
なんでいつもいつも一房丸ごと入れるの？もったいないよ。
We're wasting her week's supply of potassium.
ケチケチしていては機関との戦いに勝利することなどできんぞ。
I mean, dude's calling her stingy. Then again, he did pay the 100 yen for her metal upa. So, you know, he has his moments of kindness.
勝たなくてもいいよ。あのね、バナナはマユシーが買ってきてるんだからね。おかげでマユシーはちっともバナナが食べられません。
Yeah, I'd feel a little upset about that too.
次からは一本ずつ使うことも検討しておこう。
One banana. But I already put the whole bunch in, so I ignore her hungry complaints. You dick. The phone wave, named Subject to Change, is simple to use. Okay, they're getting our attention with this little symbol here. It's a microwave with a phone taped on. The number is already in my address book, I just need to call the phone wave. Now, where did I put my phone? I checked my pants and coat... Okay. I click the, oh, get back there. Check my pants and phone coat pockets. Change settings. Oh, we can do that. Oh, okay. Okay, so it was still... You can change the ringtone. I forget what it was to start with, but for what... Gate of Steiner. But I had it on Village. See, I can't remember if that's what they started you off, or if I eventually changed it to that. See, I can't exactly recall. Maybe this time we'll change it to something. We'll change it to something else. What do I feel like? What do we feel like? Beginning of a fight. Oh, that's some straight up Sega Genesis shit right there, man. Let's see. You know what? I'm feeling Gate of Steiner right now. I'm feeling that right now. Oh, we can also change the wallpaper. Fez? I don't know who Fez is. Upa, Metal Upa. Preview. Yeah, let's go full Chuny. Let's go full edgy and put the bloody wallpaper on. Who the fuck are you? Anyway. Wallpaper changed. Okay. Okay, good. She's from Chaos Head. Oh, though. Is that a part of the same continuity? Like the shows with the semicolon. I don't know what greater, I guess, extended universe they're all a part of. I forget the name. But I know that's a part of it. Steins Gate is a part of it. The same series, but not really in the same continuity. Yeah, just the name of that escapes me right now. Chaos Head and Chaos Child are sequels. Okay. Address book, that's what we're looking for. Phone wave, call the phone wave. I'm connected.
RENG こちらは電話レンジかっこ仮です。
I don't know about you, but I would prefer it if my appliances didn't have voices. Just not really my thing. I don't want my microwave to talk to me. I do not... Contrary to what Date Everything would have you believe, I do not need to get that intimate with the things I own. Oh, hiccups. I might have to wash that down in a bit. Just reheat my chicken nuggets and don't talk to me. Exactly. This is the voice of Mayushi Guidance, the system Daru programmed to operate the phone wave.
マユシーの声聞こえてきた？
If the doors were... Maybe. I'm still a little miffed that I had to buy 2 copies of that game before I could finish it. I had it on Switch, but then it crashed and, like, erased all my save data. So I had to buy it again on Steam. And it was still kinda buggy. Like, that would have been one of my favorite games of last year if they had, like... If they shipped it, but, like, there were no bugs. If the bugs had already been, like, worked out. Just kind of a shame it was kind of shipped in, like, a bit of a shambolic state.
少し黙れ。マユシーガイダンスが聞こえなくなる。
こちらからタイマー操作ができます。シャープボタンを押した後、温めたい秒数をプッシュしてください。例えば1分ならシャープ60。
Yeah, I know how microwaves work. I'm not as dumb as I look. Entering the command properly will cause the phone wave, named subject to change, to function like a normal microwave. Instead, we're going to deliberately mess up and enter 120 hashtag. That should do it. This method was originally a simple mistake on Mayuri's part, but it somehow starts the freezing process. The phone wave, named subject to change, comes to life. The turntable begins to rotate.
綺麗なターンテーブルだろう。普段と違って逆回転してるんだぜそれ。
So there's something weird with my microwave. When you open the door, the little turntable spins. It's not on, it's not doing its microwave thing, but when you activate it, it spins, and when you open the door, it spins, which is kind of strange. I pointed this out to my brother. He doesn't seem too concerned with it, but that's his deal. That's his damage.
何逆回転
I never noticed that.
そこに重大な意味があるかもしれない。漁師の振る舞いにも影響してくる問題であり、奮闘の規則を導入して。
Hund's rule. Oh, we gotta read that. Okay, the rule governing the placement of an atom's electrons. Orbitals of the same energy are each filled with one electron of the same spin before any are filled with a second, also known as Hund's rule of maximum multiplicity. That was the name of a, who was it? That actor, Multiplicity. Michael Keaton. That was a movie he was in.
あるわ。ねえよ。
ないか。
ないね。
そうか。
The three of us wait and stare at the spinning bananas. After 120 seconds pass, the microwave chimes. Mayuri takes the bananas out.
ゲルバナの出来上がり。
The bananas have become not bananas. I had a teacher show that in class one time, and I asked if I could be excused so I could go do something educational. I guess you weren't fond of that one. What was the last movie I watched in school? Like high school. Trying to remember. I know... I think it was like it was like the last class of the day, senior year. It was like American history or American government or something like that. One of the social studies classes. I was always good at social studies, and for whatever reason, we ended up watching Spartacus with Kirk Douglas, which is the second Kirk Douglas movie I ever watched. The second Kirk Douglas movie I watched in that same high school, because a few years earlier, in, probably sophomore year, we watched, Paths of Glory for some reason, during, English class. The bananas have become not bananas, gelatinous blobs coated with a thin membrane. After Mayuri discovered that the phone wave, named subject to change, had a freezing function, we attempted to freeze a bunch of bananas. This is what happened. What you can really do, something you can do with bananas, like super ripe bananas, let's say. Let's say that, like, the outside skin is, like, really black. What you can do is pop them in the freezer. You can take them out, cut them up, pop them in the freezer. They'll keep for ages. And you'll have, like, easy access to, like, frozen bananas. Actually, that's how you make ice cream. Non-dairy ice cream. Vegan-friendly, non-dairy ice cream with frozen bananas. Get really dark ripe ones to, like, they're, like, almost black. Freeze them. Well, cut them up. Freeze them. Take them out. Put them in, like, a fruit processor or something. And, you'll end up with something that's, like, the consistency of ice cream. True story. True story. Did that for a cooking class at my job one time. Went over very well. You know, just I had vanilla banana ice cream where I just carved up, or, you know, got some vanilla pods. They're still stupidly expensive. But I also did, like, a strawberry banana ice cream with just some strawberry preserves and add some cocoa powder to the bananas, and you get chocolate banana ice cream. So you can do quite a bit with those. It just gets more confusing each time.
ダルよ、このバナナ食べてみようとは思わないか思うはずだ。我らの理念達成の犠牲となり散ったダルに。
Oh yes, Daru, you look like you like food. Have a green fucking banana.
すげえまずそうじゃん。
There are some things that even he won't eat.
味は関係ない。食べることに意味があるのだ。さあダルよ、遠慮することはない。骨は拾ってやるから思い切ってずずいと行くがいい。
いらね。
ではマユリ、お前にその名誉を譲ろう。
Oh, he's gonna try to kill Mayuri.
なんかね、ゲルバナは中身がデロデロでブニュブニュだったよ。
Well, I mean, soft and squishy describes bananas normally. Wait, she already tried one? Okay, maybe I'm not surprised that she tried to do that.
味もしないし、全然美味しくなかった。
Hmm.
デロデロでブニュブニュか。ダルよ、どう思う？
ブニュブニュバナナか。ブニュブニュのバナナ。マユシ、あなたのバナナ、ブニュブニュだねって言ってみて。
Oh, yeah. Oh, motherfucker! He's got a nosebleed already. God damn it. Yeah, he's a fucking horn dog, is what's going on here. Yeah, it's... Again, you know, there's gonna be a decent amount of that, like, old, you know, sort of pervy otaku humor. It's kind of in the DNA of this game. Some of it's kind of, but that's again, because it makes a lot of references to that. You're gonna see stuff like that sometimes. So, just pointing that out.
ダルくん、ダルくん、鼻血出てる。
いいから言ってみてください。お願いします。
あなたのバナナ、ブニュブ。
言わせるな、手の額。
Daru retreats after I hit him with a tissue box. Mayuri looks at us with an innocent smile. She doesn't get it, obviously. Anyway.
ゲル状になったということは反固形。すなわち、分子同士の結びつきが弱くなっている可能性がある。
What could have partially liquefied the bananas?
そうか、わかったぞ。
What? What do you got, boy? What do you got? I turn to the whiteboard and write freezing in the middle, and then I cross it out and slap the board with my hand.
俺たちは冷凍機能だと思い込んでいたが、実は違ったのだよ。
A bold statement if I do say so myself. So, why isn't anyone surprised?
さあ、お前たち。なんだってと叫ぶがいい。ここは叫ぶところだ。
Their reactions are pathetically weak. Mayuri probably didn't even understand half of what I said.
冷凍機能じゃないのは分かってるっつうの。
Oh.
問題は、じゃあこの機能って何ぞ？何が起きてんの？ってことじゃん。
冷凍の逆なら解凍じゃないのかな。
実に愚鈍な意見だな、マユリ。それでは普通の電子レンジと同じではないか。
じゃあどういうこと？
それが分かんないから悩んでるんだお。
He's right. To be honest, I haven't a clue. In any case, there's nothing we can do about it now. It's time for Daru and I to head to Daibiru. Is that how we say it? Daibiru? Daibiru. Daibiru Fictional, a skyscraper with offices and a commerce center that opened alongside UPX in 2003. Connected to UPX by overpass. Alright. There's going to be a seminar at ATF and we have to be there. It's part of our studies at Tokyo Denki University. Denki or Denkai? Well, Denkai would probably be Denkai. Alright. Summer credits, basically. We have to attend a seminar and write a report. Come to think of it, what is today's seminar about again? I looked up before the summer... Hold on. I've got mail. Okay, you know I'm really sad about dropping my UPA. It's worse than last year when I missed buying Fatty Gyro Froggy. Okay, so... we have the option... So there's very little actual gameplay involved here. So this is like one of the little bits of actual... you know, hands-on stuff you can do with the game. You get emails from your buddies, you get emails from your lab mems, look at the red game banner. You can see the Space Invader all the way up there. I thought I'd point that out. Anyway. What do we want to respond to? The UPA or the Gyro Froggy? Yeah, let's talk about Gyro Froggy. That's the one from last year, right? I thought you weren't interested. And then we'll get a reply. I looked it up before the summer, before holiday began. I should have written it down.
Akihabara 駅前のビルに謎の巨大物体が墜落しています。現在、警察による規制が敷かれ、ビルの前まで行くことはできませんが。
Okay, so that's still partitioned off. As we cross the overpass that connects UPX and Daibiru, I look down to see a huge crowd of people moving through the plaza. There are even some garishly dressed young men and women, the sort you don't usually see around Akiba. Everyone is walking towards the main street, which is still cordoned off.
どうせ行っても見られないっしょ。もちろんネットに上がってくる情報にはほぼ目を通してるのだぜ。アットちゃんのスレ数100超えたし、勢いすげえ。
Oh, so that's why he was staring at his phone earlier. We enter Daibiru and take the elevator to the 5th floor, ATF Assembly Hall.
ああ、涼しい。生き返るぜ。あばばばばばばばばばばば。
Yes, the glories of air conditioning. Unlike the lab, Daibiru has air conditioning. Yet another reason for our diligent participation in the seminar.
電話レンジカッコ仮の件だが、俺は答えを導き出したかもしれん。
そのカッコ仮ってめんどいからいい加減やめるべき。
I won't give in that easily. Even if no other lab members use name subject to change, I will carry on until the day we decide its true name.
そんなことは今はどうでもいい。
He's sticking to his guns, gotta give him credit for that.
お得意のとんでも理論でもひらめいちゃったん？
何を言うか。俺はいつもこの世の神羅万象すら超越したあらゆる可能性について思考を巡らせているのだ。とんでもとか言うな。
神羅万象を超越ってつまり何でもありってことじゃね？理論ってレベルじゃねえぞ。
ダリオ、電話レンジカッコ仮はシュタインズゲートを開く鍵だという気がするのだが、どう？
Well, he says Steins. He says Stein, so Steins Gate is perfectly acceptable. A perfectly acceptable pronunciation. A chime signals our arrival on the 5th floor. The elevator doors open slowly. As we step out of the elevator, I bump into someone. I quickly grab the person's shoulder to keep them from falling. Oh, snap! It's a girl. And I recognize her. She's not stabbed, bloodied, and dead! It's a miracle! Impossible! Chills run down my spine. I stare at her face in disbelief. I saw this girl just 3 hours ago. She was fucking dead! Makise Kurisu!
何か
Kurisu frowns and tries to back away. But I don't let go of her shoulder. Kind of a bad look there, buddy. My grip tightens.
貴様は死んだはずだ。なぜここに
That's yeah, perfect thing to open with. Perfect line to open with.
しかも
You were alive and not stabbed. There isn't a single bloodstain on her clothes, and they're the same ones she was wearing when I found her. Only a serious wound could have produced that much blood. Yet, as far as I can tell, she's completely uninjured.
無傷
Imagine just, you're here to give a seminar, here to give an academic seminar, and a motherfucker just walks right up to you and gets all handsy. That can't feel great. Kurisu pushes me away. Then she shoots me a wary glare. I realize that I'm gaping in disbelief.
何なの
無事だったのか怪我は平気なのかいやそんなはずはマキタ・クリスは何者かに刺されて血まみれで
またその話かよ。
Daru interrupts. Wait, there's something strange about what he just said.
またその話とはどういう意味だ
だって1週間前にも僕にそんなメール送ってきたじゃん。
A week ago.
メール俺が何をバカなマキタ・クリスが殺されているのを見たのは
Huh.
3時間前だぞ
ちょっと勝手に殺さないでくれますか私ピンピンしてますんで
She is alive and very much not dead.
そういえばあのメール変な感じだったな。送信日時が1週間後になってた。つまり未来から来たっつうか。
The future, your future, your future. You are an angel headed for a land of sunshine, and fortune is smiling upon you.
未来から来た
ネットで妙な考察サイトでも見たのか誰お前がとんでも理論を言い出すのは珍しい
違うがな。確かにメールの日付は1週間後の28。あ、そっか。28日だから今日じゃん。
Today's the 28th. Daru pulls out his phone and shows it to me. He's right. The email was sent from my phone. Someone stab. He received it on July 21st at 12:56. But it was sent on July 28th at 12:54. It was split into 3 emails. Someone stab. Bed, Makise K. Urisu, don't. Why did I send such short message in 3 parts? And it looks like the 3rd email got cut off. I do recognize the content, though.
これは3時間前に誰に送ったメールだ
But I sent 1 mail, not 3, and there should be more text. Did Daru really get this a week ago?
興味深いわね
Suddenly, Kurisu was standing next to me, peering intently at the screen of Daru's phone. Oh, right. The email's not important? Well, maybe it is, but not right now. The real question is why she's still alive. Is she an illusion? No, An evil spirit? Am I haunted? I don't believe in such unscientific drivel. I am a mad scientist. I timidly reach out to Kurisu's face. My fingertips stroke her hair. Oh, dear. Man, she didn't graduate from fucking MIT at the age of 17 for this. Feels silky. Quite the cuticles.
ある。実体がある。やはり幽霊だというのは考えすぎか。
Are we talking Metal Gear substance or Joy Division New Order substance?
オカリン、まずくね？
When you know you done fucked up when Daru of all people is the voice of reason. I poke Kurisu's cheeks with my fingers. Like she's a dog. Such softness. Dead bodies don't feel... How do you know what dead bodies feel like, you motherfucker? Dead bodies don't feel like this, not that I've ever touched one. X to doubt, man. X to doubt. Wait a minute. We already touched when I bumped into her coming out of the elevator. I even grabbed her shoulders before being pushed away. And I still doubted that she had substance? That's just proof of how confused I am. Yeah, sorry I tried to cop a feel on you, lady. I was confused whether you actually existed or not. If she's alive, then what did I see back at Radicon? What was that scream I heard? Were they hallucinations, just like that mass disappearance? That's right, she was stabbed. Maybe she's just hiding her wounds. This requires further investigation. Oh, god damn it. I grab the hem of her blouse and slowly lift it.
己は警察に突き出されたいのか？
俺は真実を知りたいだけだ。
Ma'am, I wish to know the truth. I stare straight back at Kurisu as she trembles with anger and lift her blouse a little higher.
何が真実よ、この変態！バカなの？死ぬの？
So this is something I learned from, that dude from Trash Taste. Or one of the dudes from Trash Taste. The word, hentai exists in Japanese, but they don't have a word for hentai. If that makes sense. And then Kurisu uppercuts him through the ceiling. I'm not sure it plays out like that, but let's find out. She pushes my hand away. What the? Who the fuck is Louise-chan? Okay, the main heroine of the anime, The Familiar of Ten, a tsundere. Her voice actress is the Queen of Tsundere, Sugimiya Rie, named Sugiyu. I'm not sure what this is referencing. Wait, Louise, she's that, I know there's a Louise in anime somewhere. It's at... I think I asked Rhett one time who the anti-Rhett would be. And it was some pink-haired girl named Louise. But I forget the name of the show she's from. Apparently she's a total bitch. Anyway.
俺は確かに見たのだ。
まさかあんた、今、私の下着を。
Huh? Kurisu's face turns bright red. She firmly pulls her blouse down.
この手の目が、そうではない。
And we're just gonna let that shit slide. Okay. Tell you what. Let me... I'm out of fluid in my sippy cup. Let me take a bit of a breather. Let me take a bit of a break. I need to get up and stretch. I want to see how much further we can get in Chapter 1. I think this next bit... Yeah, I probably will need to, quench myself. or this next bit, we get into a lot of theory type stuff. So we're gonna take a quick break. Yeah, I'll drop the shave here just in case. And I will be back with you momentarily. In the meantime, I'll let the dancing boys keep you company. BRB, everybody. Okay, we're back. We're back. Let me pull the business end of the stream back up. Right there. Right there. Okay. So let me just do that. You go there. You go there. Okay. Outstanding. Alright. Earlier this afternoon, after Dr. Nakabachi's presentation, someone killed Makise Kurisu and left her in a pool of blood. I carefully explained everything that I saw.
ドクター中バッチ。
オカリン何言ってるん？中鉢の発表会なら中止になったじゃん。
Oh, was it?
中止？
そう。
They canceled the doctor.
衛星の墜落で
Okay. Oh, because of the satellite crash. Okay. I've got two close-ups of them right now. Compare the size of Daru's eyes to Kurisu's eyes. It's like really obvious. He's got almost like normal human proportioned eyes, and she's got those weird, very nearly. How do you say? Almost a lack of any kind of like discernible like iris or pupil. What's the term? What eye terminology am I thinking of? Because Daru's got like a defined iris or pupil. With the girls in particular, that it becomes a lot harder to tell. Because you've got these like it's mostly almost like a lilac, bluish lilac color it's weird. It's weird. Stylistic stuff, I guess. Ladies have more, more colorful abstract eyes in this universe, I guess. It's the same thing that happened right after I saw the mass disappearance. Mayuri's story didn't match mine. I need to know. Am I caught in some sinister plot? Is this another organization conspiracy?
ねえ、ちょっとあなた。
我が名は法院京馬だ。
違うよ。全然違うよ。
Yeah, even Daru's done with this shit.
詳しく教えてほしいんですが。
Okay, San, not Sans Undertale. But, yeah, this is okay. Japanese grammar lesson. Japanese employs a system of name suffixes that define the speaker's relationship to the addressee. The common honorifics are as follows. San, the most common honorific, used with strangers, people of equal status, and in general, whenever one needs to be polite. When used after the given name, Kyoma-san, it indicates a closer relationship. Kun, an informal name suffix generally used for male friends or male subordinates, also used by males towards female subordinates in professional environments. Chan, a diminutive suffix that indicates high affection, usually used for small children, young girls, or between close female friends. Tan, an even more diminutive version of the Chan suffix, most often used for fictional characters, especially anthropomorphizations. That's okay. Okay. That's how it's said. For added for cuteness, she, a literary honorific generally used by formal publications such as newspapers. Some otaku, such as Daru, use she regularly. She, 100.3. Old radio station, Orlando area, back in the day. Alright. Looks like she finally understands I'm not lying. But I still don't understand why my memories don't match everyone else's. Also for Arnold Schwarzenegger, apparently. In Japan, they call him Shuachan. Is that so? Is that so? I know, it was taboo for, American Hollywood actors to do commercials for, American products, but there wasn't the same kind of stigma if they did, a toothpaste commercial in Japan. They were more, I guess because they figured that, nobody outside of Japan would ever see that shit. I mean, I'm thinking that might have been the issue there. But I still don't understand why my memories don't match everyone else's. I doubt that I can give her a good explanation. Just then, an older man steps out of the assembly hall.
マキセさん、そろそろ時間ですし、始めましょう。
はい。
Yeah, Japan loves the fuck out of David Lynch, so they got Kyle MacLachlan to do a bunch of Japanese coffee commercials. At least I think that's how it's pronounced. MacLachlan. Because there's like a song that the Pogues did called Sally MacLachlan. But it's almost written like Sally MacLachlan. Something like that. Maybe there's like a silent syllable or two. I don't know. I'm not much of a coffee guy, so I cannot attest to how good Japanese coffee is. Kurisu glances at me one more time, then sighs and heads towards the small conference room.
オカリン、とりあえず僕らも行こうぜ。
行くとはどういう意味だ？
講義を聞きに来たんだろ？
Ah, that. Damn fine, apparently. Yeah, I've never been a big coffee guy. I don't know. I'm used to the smell. My parents would drink, you know, when I was a kid, they'd drink, like, the stuff out of, like, the blue Folgers can. They would drink that stuff all the... Well, it was either Folgers or Maxwell House. I can't remember which. So I grew up with the smell of coffee. You know, wake up and smell the coffee. But I remember trying it and it just tasted like dirt juice. And my opinion has not changed over these years. I was told that if I wanted to, like... have like a beginner coffee, like baby's first coffee, to try mocha. And I did. I got some powdered mocha mix. Tried that once. And it just made me want hot chocolate. I also never got into iced coffees either. I had an iced coffee once from like a place in a mall I used to go to. And, you know, it just made me want a chocolate milkshake. So that's just kind of... It's a good thing I never got into iced coffee, because the stuff they make nowadays has the reputation for basically being diabetes in a cup. Alright. Yeah, I've never been a big caffeine guy. There was one time, and I think I said this story before, like, I spent a whole night staying up to knock out a paper. I think I ended up, to keep myself awake, I drank 4 cups of green tea and 4 cans of Mountain Dew. 4 cups of green tea, 4 cans of Mountain Dew. And I've never felt more miserable in my life. Never did that again. Fuck it. I'll take a C than deprive myself of sleep in that manner again. I don't give a shit. Daru follows after Kurisu. Did she come to attend the lecture too? Strange. Why would the girl genius Makise Kurisu need to attend a lecture like this? Oh, okay, my guess was a bit off. The girl genius didn't come to attend the lecture. She's the one who's giving the lecture. There we go. Now the penny dropped for you, mate. Now the penny dropped. Japan's famous girl genius Makise Kurisu, who had her thesis published at the tender age of 17. According to Daru, she turned 18 a few days ago. I first heard about her when Daru pointed her out in a Gossip magazine article. So far, we've got 1, 2, 3 main characters who are, you know, technically adults. Not by much, mind you, but... You know, I guess that is maybe kind of unusual for, like, well, this was a visual novel, so maybe they didn't feel like they had to make everybody super young. let's make them kind of adults. You know, because I know this came first before the anime did. So, you know, it's not like you know, the 40-year-old smoking out back behind the convenience store or whatever the show is. Although the dude's in his 40s, his lady friend who he smokes with is in her 20s, whatever that show's called. I first heard about her when Daru pointed her out in a Gossip magazine article. That's when he told me that she was going to be a guest at ATF. I'd forgotten all about it.
こういうのは初めてなので緊張してますが、ガチガチなのは多めに見てください。どうぞよろしく。
The audience is pretty mixed. It's mostly students like us, but there are also a couple of professors. And Kurisu just gave me a sharp look. What did I do? When I return her stare, she quickly averts her eyes. I don't care if she's a genius or whatever, I still don't like her. She may have these people fooled with her timid girl act, but I learned at Radikan how cunning and aggressive she really is. Even if her murder was some kind of hallucination, my judgment of her character is still correct.
今回タイムマシーンをテーマに話してほしいと言われまして、正直専門外なのですが、頑張って話してみようと思います。
Okay. Time travel. Okay, that got your attention. That got your attention, man.
最初に結論を言ってしまうと、タイムマシンなんていうのはバカらしい代物だということです。
異議あり。
Alright. We're starting off strong here. Every member of the audience, not just Kurisu, is startled by my interruption. Perhaps I'm being slightly rude here, but I'm not one to just sit and listen to some genius girl's drivel.
タイムマシンが作れないと決めつけるのは早計だ。
オカリン、無茶しやがって。
Yeah, even Daru's telling you to tamp it down. Sitting at my side, Daru throws me a small salute. ATF staff are approaching, probably to kick me out. Perhaps I got too carried away.
まあ、はい、いいですよ。ディスカッション形式の方が話も弾むでしょうし。
Alright. Thanks to her proposal, the event staff refrained from escorting me out. She sounds a little pissed, but let's not mind that.
でもその前に、私の考えを話させてください。
Alright.
これまで世界中の科学者たちがタイムトラベルについての理論を提唱してきました。主な理論だけでも11に及びます。
Yeah, we're gonna get into some sciencey stuff, some theoretical stuff. So this isn't really something that I would recommend as someone's first visual novel. I mean, it gets going later on, it absolutely does. But there are some big hurdles early on, and they get really heavy-handed with like the science stuff, the theory stuff, which they're gonna just shovel right at us right now. So, again, with great game, great visual novel, great story, but there is that barrier to entry. So let's get started. What are the major theories of time travel? I have heard about the cosmic string theory, at least. The 11 theories. Okay. Oh, she's saying it for us. Zero escape. I want to stream 999 at some point. I think that's good enough. I think 999 works as a standalone game. I did play a Virtue's Last Reward. I don't love it. In VLR, I managed to skip a puzzle and an associated info dump. All I remember from VLR are doors, 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 and more doors. That's what I remember. Okay, so we're going over the theories.
タキオン理論、ワームホール理論、エキゾチック物質理論、
Okay.
宇宙紐理論、
Uh-huh.
原子重力理論、
Yeah.
セシウムレーザー光理論、
Mm-hmm.
素粒子リングレーザー理論、ディラック反粒子理論。
Okay, she knows her shit then. Doors and Sigma perving on everyone. Yeah, that's a thing. Not bad. Perhaps Makisei Kurisu is a worthy rival after all.
でも、それらの理論はいずれも仮説の域を出ません。
All these theories, what she's really saying is, all these theories are shit. They're all fucking shit.
場合によっては、11個の中の別の理論によって否定されているものさえある。
では12番目の理論が発見されたとしたらどうかな。
Okay, 12th model. What if my grandmother was a bicycle?
それは、13番目の理論によって否定されるかもしれませんね。
Okay. Damn. She twisted my question around and used it against me. Touché, genius girl. Suddenly, I feel eyes on me. All eyes on me, like Tupac. Some puffed-up professors are giving me hard looks from across the room. Maybe I got too carried away. I don't want to risk losing my credits. I should back off for now.
ちなみに、未来へのタイムトラベルなら今すぐにでも可能ですよ。アインシュタインの相対性理論によればね。
Special theory of relativity, in case you forgot about this, refers to both Einstein's special theory of relativity, published in 1905, and his general theory of relativity, published in 1916, represented by the famous equation E = mc squared. The special theory of relativity is defined by the following axioms. Objects cannot travel faster than the speed of light. As velocity approaches the speed of light, the passage of time approaches zero. As velocity approaches the speed of light, length approaches zero. As velocity approaches the speed of light, mass approaches infinity. The general theory of relativity adds the following axioms. In the presence of large gravitational fields, the passage of time slows down. In the presence of large gravitational fields, space curves. In the presence of large gravitational fields, mass increases. You get all that. There'll be a pop quiz at the end of the stream to see if anyone was paying attention.
例えば、今すぐ羽田空港に行って、そこから沖縄行きあたりの飛行機に乗ればいい。目的地に降り立った時、その人は10億分の1秒くらい私より未来に進んでいる。
Oh, okay. What does that mean? I don't know. You're the goddamn mad scientist, man.
移動する速さが高速に近づけば近づくほど時間は遅く流れる。それが相対性理論ですから。
Okay.
極論を言えば、光と同じほどの速さで走ることができたら、流れる時間はその人だけ半分になるわけで。
Mm-hmm.
24時間その速度で走り続ければ、周囲では48時間が経ったことになるから、丸1日分未来へ飛んだことになるんですよ。法王院京馬さん。
Okay. Okay. Gah! Why are you singling me out? I'm doing my best to hold back, but it looks like Makisei Kurisu wants to pick a fight. I wish that she hadn't said that name in front of so many people. You gave yourself the name, man. You're proud of it. Now you're trying to back out. Now you're sort of hedging your bets. Oh, it's too great a risk to let others know my true name. Sure, man. Sure.
それはへりくつではないかな。
Now, Professor calmly makes an objection. True, Makase Kurisu's example isn't strictly time travel per se, but I never expected an older man, a professor at that, to refute an 18-year-old girl. Maybe he's just testing the genius girl's resilience.
そうですね。
The genius girl readily concedes the point. If she were a normal 18-year-old, it would be impossible for her to be this calm in front of all these people. A normal 18-year-old girl would panic when refuted by such a distinguished-looking professor. And yet, Makase Kurisu's giving off an aura of gutsiness that says, I can take this guy on.
では過去には行けるのかな
He's gonna take you back to the past.
過去にだって今すぐ行けますよ。夜になったら望遠鏡で空を覗いてみてください。何万年も前の光を見ることができるでしょ。それもへりくつですよ。
This time, it's a nearby student who objects.
まあ、今までのは前置き。
She's just warming up. She's gonna drop the big fucking knowledge bombs on our asses. Here we go. Was it just me, or did Kurisu look a little nervous just now?
例えば実際に皆さんが体ごと過去や未来へ行くことができるようなタイムマシンを作るにはまず何が必要か考えてみましょう。代表的なところだと宇宙紐理論かワームホール理論かな。
Yeah, so you can pick those up anywhere.
宇宙紐というのは超巨大な質量を持つ紐みたいな形のひび割れです。
Mm-hmm. A string-shaped crevice. That must be how they enter our universe. But do cosmic strings really exist?
ひびの幅は素粒子と同じぐらいで
Okay, we get some diagrams here.
銀河系と同じくらいと思っていただければいいです。
Louise from the Okay, that... Alright, I gotcha. That makes sense. It's coming back to me now. Okay, cool. Elementary particle. Louise Francois Leblanc de la... Valliere? I don't know. My French is rusty. I got the rest of it, but not the La Valliere. Valliere makes it sound Spanish, which I kinda can't help. Tips list. Okay, elementary particle, the smallest unit of matter. However, the definition of what constitutes an elementary particle is unclear. Certain elementary particles have a corresponding antiparticle with opposite charge. Okay.
これは巨大な質量であるがゆえに時空を歪める性質を持っているんです。
Mm-hmm.
その歪んだ時空を紐を中心にあなたがぐるっと一周すると360度以内で回りきることができる。
Okay.
要するにワープみたいなことができるということ。これ時空の角度欠損って言います。
Right.
角度欠損しているところを通過するとそこは欠損しちゃってますので通過時間はゼロになる。
Uh-huh.
これを応用して宇宙紐が高速に近い速さで運動しているとき
Did anybody get any of that shit? I'm not sure I did.
相対性理論により宇宙紐の時間は周囲より遅くなるから歪んでいる角度欠損の領域を通過すると本来ゼロだった通過時間がマイナスになる。
Oh, does she not have a voice line there? Therefore, passing through the area of angular deficit would cause the transit time to become negative instead of 0.
つまり通過後の方が過去になっているわけ。
Like the anime, in the anime, her hair is much more clearly red. I think here, it ranges from brown to reddish brown. Like reddish brown for this game is about as red as it gets. I guess it just depends on the scene and, the lighting they're using. But yeah, but again, yeah, anime, the red part is a lot more prevalent. So I am wondering, I forget, because they're doing Steins Gate reboot. Did they still keep it, where's my goddamn phone? Hold on. What did they do? What did they do? Steins Gate reboot. I looks like they made it more orangey, I guess. Something like that. It looks closer to Futaba orange than OG visual novel brown. Anyway. I mean, it's not full Futaba orange, but it's kinda getting there. Super strings. In physics, the theory that all matter in the universe is composed of strings, the vibrations of which manifest as the elementary particles, this theory, which posits 11 dimensions, is currently impossible to prove experimentally. However, it is said that if this theory is proven, it will explain all the phenomena, from the birth and scope of the universe on the macro level, to elementary particles like quarks on the micro level. Okay. I've heard of quarks before. I can't tell you what they are, but I've heard of them before. Okay.
その1、宇宙紐。これは2つ必要です。あ、ちなみに宇宙紐って生まれたばかりの宇宙にしかないという過程なので、探すのはかなり骨が折れるかも。その2、仮に宇宙紐を見つけてきたら、それを光に近い速さで運動させるためのエネルギーが必要です。
Right, right.
銀河と同じ長さのひび割れを光並みに加速させるにはどのくらいのエネルギーがいるんでしょうね。少なくとも1.21 ジガワット以上なのは確かです。
1.21 gigawatts. Originates from a 1980s trilogy of Hollywood movies about time machines and time paradoxes. In the first movie, the inventor of the time machine said that it needed 1.21 gigawatts of power to travel through time. In reality, the unit gigawatt does not exist. The script writer made a spelling mistake. The correct unit is gigawatt. Yeah. You know what? It's a tomato thing, I feel. Yeah, I did not even watch any of those movies to completion in their entirety until like a few years ago. Polly did a movie watch-along stream. I'm still waiting for her to, you know, stream the other two movies. Or at least have a watch-along stream for the other two. And I'm a child of like the late 80s, early 90s, so I really have no excuse for not watching all the Back to the Future films. I'm a bad one of those. I'm a bad DuckTales millennial. I'm a bad Gen X millennial, halfway point. Bridge generation, I guess. Whatever that's called. This earns a few chuckles from the audience.
その3、宇宙紐があるところまで行って戻ってくるための宇宙船。タイムトラベルする人はこれに乗らないといけません。
Well, yeah, kinda helps to be alive.
どうです？ホーインさん。宇宙紐理論でのタイムトラベル、挑戦できると思いますか？
Yeah, she's thrown down the gauntlet. Like that's even possible. And why the hell is she addressing me? I wasn't even the one who jeered this time.
ホーインさんは宇宙紐理論には挑戦したくないようですね。だったらもう一つ例に挙げたワームホール理論はどうです？
Okay.
こちらは宇宙紐理論よりはもうちょっと現実的かもしれません。
Okay, wormholes. Here we go.
ところで法王院さん、ワームホールってどんなものか知ってますか？
No, don't ask me. I'm trying to hold back here. Since I've been challenged, though, I can't leave the question unanswered.
空間に開いた抜け道のようなものだろう。
Is it? Is it?
ね、そうです。
Oh, okay. Whew, I got it right. I sigh inwardly in relief.
2つの穴があって、それはトンネルでつながっている。トンネルは通過時間ゼロで通り抜けられる。2つの穴が
Mm-hmm.
ていてもね。
Transit time is 0.
だけど、ここで残念なお知らせ。
Okay.
ワームホールのトンネルは超重力がかかっていて、開通すると同時に潰れちゃいます。
Super gravity. Always a pain to deal with.
だから、かかる重力を無効化するために何らかの細工をしなくちゃダメなの。
Mm-hmm.
いわゆるエキゾチック物質。これはマイナスの重さを持つ物質で
How exotic sounding.
反発するんです。
Negative mass, huh? Is it something that floats if you leave it on the ground? No, maybe not. I can't even begin to imagine what it would be like. Kurisu raises her right fist.
こうやってむぎゅーっとグーを作ってる状態がワームホールのトンネルです。ここを通るためには手の中に私が握ろうとする力に反発する何かを作ってむぎゅーっとできなくしないとダメということですね。
Kurisu opens her fist.
エキゾチック物質を注入してワームホールを安定させれば瞬間移動が可能になります。でもタイムトラベルをするにはそこからもう一手間必要。
Mm-hmm.
ここでは仮にワームホールの入り口側の穴がこの秋葉原に、出口側にある穴が LA にあるとしましょう。
Okay.
まず LA にある穴を光に近い速さで宇宙の果てまで飛ばしちゃってください。そして果てまで行ったらすぐに LA に引っ張り戻す。
Alright. How?
相対性理論により光の速さで動くと時間は遅く流れる。 LA に戻ってきた穴は秋葉原にある穴よりも過去にあるということになります。
Okay.
というわけで、その状態で法王院さんがワームホールに飛び込んだら数年前の LA に行けるでしょう。
Oh, he's still busting his balls.
でもこの時点ではまだタイムトラベルをしたことにはなりません。疑似的なタイムトラベルです。いわゆる浦島効果ね。
The Urashima effect. Let's take a look-see there. In special relativity, a phenomenon originating from the fact that time slows down as an object approaches the speed of light. For example, imagine that an astronaut travels to a nearby star and back at close to the speed of light. The trip may take a few years from the astronaut's perspective, but he would return to the Earth to find that thousands of years had passed in his absence. That's kinda what happened in, Oh, what the fuck was it? What was it? I have the Blu-ray. I have the Blu-ray. Gunbuster. That's kind of what happened in Gunbuster. There you go. It's an old, I have to look it up again, because my brain is fucking broken. Gynax. One of their earliest, one of their early, productions. I wonder if they'll talk about the physics, we'll talk about the scientific, abnormalities of jiggle physics next.
重要なのはこの後 LA から秋葉原にもう一度ワームホールを通って戻ること。そうするとその通過時間はゼロなので、法王院さんは数年前の秋葉原に戻ってくるわけです。これでタイムトラベルは完了。 ワームホール理論に必要なものは
Mm-hmm.
9紐より楽ですよ。
Okay, cool.
その1、ワームホールそのもの。この
I would not be surprised if he was. That would not surprise me in the
ま
least.
だ誰もいませんが。
Actually, maybe not. I think his, I think unfortunately his proclivities lie elsewhere. As I think they'll allude to a little later on, but we'll worry about it when we get there.
その2、ワームホールの穴を光並みの速さで宇宙の果てまで往復させることのできるエネルギー。その3、エキゾチック物質。ちなみにこれ、実在は確認されてません。
So implementation of either one would require a ridiculous amount of effort.
バカらしいと最初に言った理由は分かってもらえましたか？
Well, listen, effort is Rentaro's middle name.
タイムトラベルの理論はどれも思考実験です。それらの理論からでは実際にタイムマシンを作ることはできないということ。それが私からの回答です。
Alright.
もっと簡単なものはないんですか？例えば机の引き出しを開けるだけで使えるものとか。
Oh, like hammer space?
ないですね。
A firm declaration.
結局、現代の物理学じゃそこが限界。10年後にはどうなってるかわかりませんか？
How much did it change in 10 years? Yeah, we need a follow-up to this.
それに、仮にもっと簡単に過去へ行ける方法が発見されたとしても、実際に行けるとは限らない。
Okay, other factors.
因果率に関する根本的な問題が解決されていませんから。
Okay, principle of causality. A scientific and philosophical principle that states that every event has a cause, and it is by that cause that an effect is produced. The theory of relativity is founded upon this principle. However, quantum physicists have observed micro-scale phenomenon that do not appear to obey the principle of causality.
タイムパラドックス。質量保存の法則。
The mass of the entire universe is constant. If a time machine traveled from the future to the past, there would suddenly be the extra mass of the time machine and its pilot in the past. I remember reading a book, not a terribly reputable book, but still, that such a violation of mass conservation would put the universe in danger. It didn't say what kind of danger, though.
質量保存の法則を宇宙のようなマクロレベル、あるいは原子や素粒子などのミクロレベルの仕組みに当てはめるのは誤りです。
Oh, shit. Called our ass on that. What? Is that true? She's laughing at my reaction, that little... Ugh, how mortifying.
あれは化学反応に対する法則でしかないから。現代物理学においては全く成立しない。
Yeah, huh?
無から有は生み出せますから。
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
では何が問題となるのかね。
タイムパラドックスはタイムパラドックスでも親殺しのパラドックスの方です。
Oh, that thing where you kill your own ancestors before you were born?
そのパラドックスの解が導き出されない限り、タイムトラベルは実現できない。絶対に。
殺さなければいいんじゃないの？
そんな単純な問題じゃありません。SF 映画と同じように考えるのはとても危険です。あなたが消えるだけじゃ済まされない。
Really? It doesn't seem that dangerous.
矛盾が生じることは因果率の崩壊、相対性理論の崩壊、さらにはこの世のすべての物理法則の崩壊を意味するのよ。パラドックスは理論上の思考実験に過ぎない。現実に起きることはないし、起きてはいけないことなんです。だから、
No paradoxes. No paradoxes here.
絶対に実行には
If the Fresno streams are the no wiener zone, then the Poncho stream is the no paradox zone.
多世界解釈や自己無矛盾の原理っていう抜け道もありますが、個人的にはファンタジーすぎると思うので認めたくないですね。
Okay. Oh, he's just choking on all these facts being dropped on him. I grind my teeth. When I see Makase Kurisu looking at me with her composed expression, I avert my eyes. Looks like I have no choice to concede. Makase Kurisu is truly a genius. I ended up listening to all of Kurisu's lecture at ATF. After the two time travel theories she introduced at the beginning, she explained the rest with equal eloquence. She seemed a little nervous at first, but that quickly changed as she spoke. By the end, it was an impressive lecture, so impressive that you wouldn't think it was an 18-year-old's first time. She did well to respond to my malicious questions with sarcasm. She's got guts. Wait, why am I praising her? Leaving that aside, I saw Makase Kurisu dead. And yet, she is alive. She's the Undertaker! My memories don't mesh with reality. And not just about Kurisu. My conversations with Daru and Mayuri didn't make any sense either. Everything would be solved if I just told myself what I saw was a dream, an illusion. It never happened. But never say never. This leaves me with no choice. After parting ways with Daru at ATF, I head to Yanabayashi Shrine. Okay. Alright. Oh, this. Okay. Right. So, let me remind you all. It was acceptable in the 2000s. It was acceptable at the time. Acceptable in the noughties. Let's go. I need to get exercised. I seriously doubt that the Makase Kurisu at ATF was a ghost. Regardless, it's natural. Yeah, I know. And look, I like the character that's coming up. Basically, it's... I think, generously speaking, my most generous interpretation, we can just write it off as, like, Rentaru being a weirdo asshole, which he kinda is to everyone. No one escapes that. But, Now, regardless, it's natural to seek an exorcism after such an experience. I'm Japanese. It's in our blood. And again, this is also playing off of, like, anime stereotypes and tropes. It is what it is. Let's go. Yanabayashi Shrine is located on the other side of Kanda River. To find it, enter the first side road after crossing Manseibashi Bridge. I butchered that. I don't care. It's a very small shrine that doesn't fit with the surrounding multi-tenant buildings. Kanda Myojin is the more famous shrine in Akiba, but I deliberately chose this one. The shrine is so small you could easily miss it if you weren't looking. Regardless, I can hear the chirping of cicadas from the few trees growing here. Here we go. We have been tutorued. There are two girls standing in front of the main building. Here we fucking go. One of them is Mayuri. The other is a docile-looking beauty in traditional Miko attire. Not Miku Sakura from Hololive. Shrine maidens, priestesses. In the Shinto religion, Miko typically dress in white kimono with a red, hakama, or skirt. Their role is to assist priests with performing rituals and events. Well, I know why we refer to Luca as Luca, because that first name is a mouthful. Urushibara Luca. Urushibara Luca. Okay. A stunning example of feminine charm and grace. Lips delicate like cherry blossoms in bloom. The essence of Japanese beauty. The chief priest's son. That's right, son. Lovely in every way, but he's a guy. And this was the running joke with this segment. And basically almost every time Luke is on screen, when Luca and Rentaro are within proximity to each other. Okabe, well, they kinda do. They kinda do in okay, so there's a spin-off game where it's more focused on Rentaro getting into, you know, romantic relationships with the with pretty much like the rest of the girls in the in Steins Gate. Did you have like look, there's like 6 of them. What the fuck is it called? It's the Steins Gate dating sim. Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace. There, that one. I still want to play it at some point. My Darling's Embrace. Yes, that's the one I'm referring to. So they kind of don't want to give everything away. It's still kind of got this sort of tenor, but you know, I think again you get the different routes, the different, you know, sort of like it's just 6 separate, you know, romance stories with the 6 main love interests. I guess potential love interests. And without giving it away, you know, thankfully Rentaro does, you know, admit to being, how do I say this? Flexible, so to speak. You know, good on you, man. Hey, look, if you want to go face first diving into some femboy taint, that's your business. I ain't gonna judge. You do you, homeboy. Anyway. And there's a bit more to this story. I think as it goes on, I'll probably touch on that. You know, with you know, the whole, you know, gender identity stuff and whatnot, because I think there's a few different ways you can read this. He bows his head. The voice of a girl, the mannerisms of a girl. More feminine than any girl I know. But he's a guy. Taller than Mayuri, yet oh so slender. But he's a guy. We're just beating this into the fucking ground now. Looks stunning in Miko robes. You know where this is going. You know where this. Holding a bamboo broom, apparently in the middle of cleaning. Yes, let's beat that dead horse, Rentaro. Let's keep fucking that chicken. It's almost evening, yet hot as hell outside. And a completely unrelated statement that had nothing to do with Luca. Okabe trying to banish his lustful thoughts. Yeah, he's thinking about the thoughts, all right. Damn cicadas won't shut up. Like a fucking REM song. It's run off a bunch of things, but it's still the end of the world as you know it, but you still feel fine. He's a friend of mine. I call him Lukako. We met when I rescued him from some aggressive photographers in Akiba's pedestrian heaven. Take a look-see, that's a specific location. Some neighborhoods of Tokyo, such as Akihabara, close major streets. On busy shopping days, this effectively turns the street into one big sidewalk, facilitating pedestrian access. Cool. Cool. I'm all about making shit accessible for pedestrians all around the world. It also so happens that Lukaku and Mayuri are classmates. I learned that fact after I had gotten to know him. Lukaku is taken aback by my sharp question. He starts fidgeting with a flushed face and tears in his eyes. Ah, damn it, Rentaro, look at what you did! You are so careless sometimes, you know? So thoughtless.
我はお前の力を制御するためにやったのだぞ。
ああ、秋葉の武器屋本舗で買ったやつでしょ。
Oh, Blade Works. What is, Okay, one of several stores in Akihabara that sell replica weapons. Items include Japanese Sengoku period swords, European middle-age swords, and knight armor.
980円だっけ。
マユリ、これ以上言うと奴らに消されるぞ。この件については口を出すな。
消されちゃうの？おかり、心配してくれてありがとう。
Yes, I am still personally astounded he's still finding people that puts up with his chuny bullshit. I ignore Mayuri's question.
それでルカク、妖刀サミダレはちゃんと使っているのか。
はい、1日1回は素振りを。
あれを持ち、精神ざんまりを極めさえすれば、お前は己の内にある邪悪な炎に焼かれずに済む。
Stop spreading your chuny bullshit to other people, god damn it! Demon sword Samidare may be an imitation sword, but that is only the form it takes to hide from the world. When one worthy to wield it appears, it unleashes its true power. And it was on sale for only 980 yen, tax included.
あんな素敵なものをプレゼントしてもらえて、岡部さんには感謝しています。
俺は岡部ではない。
おかりんだよ。ごめんなさい、京馬さん。
別ればいい。では合言葉。
エルブサイコンガリウ？
Yeah, you know what? Close enough. Close enough.
コンガリュウではなくコングルーだ。
Konji. Yeah, like the rice stew.
はい。エルブサイコングルー。これでいいですか？
Lukaku smiles happily as I nod.
ありがとうございます。
Such a lovely smile. But he's a guy.
美しい師弟関係だね。マユシーは不条
I don't know, being a guy and having a lovely smile, that doesn't have to be mutually exclusive, not necessarily. Fujoshi. Yeah, I think you know, okay. In case you were unclear, I feel like this was something that was a lot more common, like, 20 years ago in, like, online anime spaces. A term for a female otaku with a particular interest in yaoi, or works of fiction that depict homosexual relationships between men, does not apply to female otaku in general.
マユリちゃん、変な想像しないで。
Jeez. Though we do have a master-disciple relationship, I, Hyoin Kyoma, have gone to great lengths to brainwash, teach Lukaku about the evil conspiracies that rule the world and how to resist them. That stuff about Demon Sword Samidari is part of that training. Looks aside, Lukaku is very obedient and hardworking, plus he's always eager to learn new things. A master couldn't ask for a better disciple. Though he does have the weakness of not catching on too quickly and being too shy.
なぜマユリはここにいる？
ルカ君に会いに来たんだよ。来月のコミマでライネットの
Okay, that's referring to a convention, right? Wait. The heroine of Rainet Kakeru, her full name is Nishimura Kirari. She is smart and an athletic girl in the 5th grade. She's also cute and has a good personality, basically the perfect girl. Passionate about fashion, hates mushrooms. Mushrooms are good. Eat your goddamn mushrooms. Wait, why did it stop there? Okay, oh, the second one popped up. Can we get to Kamima? We have to go up to see. Yeah, I've played this before, so most of the tips are here. I was curious how it was going to work. It doesn't give you, like, the full notification to take you to this screen, but the tip words, the words that appear in the tip list do appear in red. So, you know, that is sort of my giveaway to Code JS. Oh, that's great. Komima. Comic Giga Market, a massive otaku event held twice a year at Tokyo Big Sight. Every Komima, thousands of artists gather to sell their creations, with range from erotic manga based on popular anime to original figures, music, and games. The next Komima will be held on August 15th. That's 5 days from now! Holy shit. Yeah, we better get our asses in gear and, like get our artworks ready for that.
だってコスプレするなんて僕恥ずかしいよ。
Hey, look, I eventually came around on cosplaying, too. It's just that I wore those, I tend to wear stuff that covers me up, completely. So no one can tell I'm an old man.
でもルカ君は絶対似合うと思うんだ。こんな可愛い子が女の子のはずがないって大人気になるよ。
And you wander into the wrong alley and find a bunch of Kate Sith Barrett Dojins. Starfire, I get the feeling that you're speaking from experience. Alright, let's take a look at that tip list. Okay, it is an unwritten rule to use this phrase whenever you see someone who looks like a cute girl but is either of unspecified gender or actually a boy. This expression is used sarcastically with boyish-looking girls. Sure. Friend of a friend. My friend's friends, neighbors, stepdaughters, tutors, mailmans, pet clinician. Those are the degrees of separation we're operating on. Mayuri's hobby is making costumes. She's made at least 30 so far. Oh, cool. But it's rare for her to wear one herself. Instead, she seems to get her kicks from seeing other people wear them. Hey, you know, that's valid. And it looks like she's chosen Lukaku as her next target. Should I say Lukaku or Lukaku? Naturally, the costume Mayuri is currently raving about is for a female character. Normally, I would understand why a man wouldn't want to dress like a girl, but come on. Lukaku has no problem wearing Miko robes, why should cosplay be any different? But whatever, I have business to take care of.
そんなくだらないことは後でやるんだな。
Yeah, don't mind me, you know, banging on the doge and stuff. I'm just fucking around.
マユシンにとっては大事なことだもん。
俺にとってはくだらないことなのだ。それよりルカ子よ、俺がこの神社を訪ねたのは他でもない。お祓いを頼みたいのだが、やってもらえないだろうか。
お祓いですか？
Exercise, Christina.
どうさんに？
あ、いや、そこまで大げさにしなくていい。気休めでいいのだ。
That's why I came here instead of Kanda Shrine.
というわけで、例のあれを持ってこい。
Get your discount exorcisms.
例のあれと言いますと、寂
みだれですか？
違う。お祓いに妖刀は必要ないだろう。お祓いと言ったらあれに決まっている。正式な名称はわからんが、棒に白い紙がふさふさとついていて。
Zigzaggy. Okay. Well, you know what? That is a good way to describe it.
今のオカリンの説明、ゆとりっぽいね。
Do you know what the Zigzaggy thing is called? Quite a shock to hear that from Mayuri.
おほぬさですね。
Onusa. Okay, a wand that is carried by a Shinto priest adorned with shide paper. It is used in blessing rituals to ward off evil spirits. Okay.
さん、貸してくれるかな。ちょっと聞いてきます。
Lukako makes a quick bow, then runs off towards his house, which is on the shrine grounds. Meanwhile, Mayuri takes her pocket watch out of her bag to check the time. It's a very old watch, not the sort you'd expect a high school girl to carry. Its name is Pockety. Is she the one who got England to name their boat Bodie McBoatface? She seems like the Bodie McBoatface type. Just a hunch. Just an educated guess, an educated, inference, if you will. Obviously, that's the name Mayuri gave it, not its brand name or anything. Ever since elementary school, Mayuri has carried Pockety with her everywhere. It's her most important treasure.
じゃあ、マユシーはこれからバイトだから、もう行くね。
そうか、頑張ってこい。バイトが終わったら直接帰るのか。
Mayuri lives in Ikebukuro. I know that place because it was in Shin Megami Tensei. It was in multiple Shin Megami Tensei games. Or, and broader Mega 10 games, I suppose, too. She comes to Akiba by train just about every day. It should be obvious since we're childhood friends and all, but I live in Ikebukuro, too. Though I've been staying at the lab since summer break began.
というわけで、また明日ね。
I call Mayuri to stop before she trots off.
マユリ、お前はあの時ラジカンで男の悲鳴を聞いてんの。
I'm looking at her, again, with the, with your femme characters here. She doesn't even have proper pupils. She's got these, like... What's it in? I want to say it was referenced in... Okay, so I played through SMT4, and you went all over Tokyo. Pretty sure Ikebukuro was referenced, Shinjuku, Roppongi, that's another one. I know they referenced it in SMT4. 3, Nocturne, yeah, I remember it there. I want to say that, I want to say they went to some of those places in, at least in the first Devil Survivor game. I want to say I remember that much. Maybe in the first Soul Hackers as well. I'm not sure. Yeah, but look at the place. Look at those white things in her eyes, where the pupil should be. It's less pupil and almost like I don't know, like little marshmallows. She's got little marshmallows for pupils. That's just something that that stood out to me. And again, contrast this with sort of like the normal-looking eyes that your male characters have. You know, Daru, and we got a close-up of Rintaro, you know, quite a bit earlier. Mayuri blinks several times and puts her finger to her temple as if in thought. Then she gives her usual smile.
それっていつのこと？
今日の昼だ。
聞いてないかな。
そうか。 だったらいい。
変なオカリ
Well, we knew she's got the goddamn little cat smile. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that little mouth. Look at that. This. You know what she's doing? That's what she's fucking doing. That's what she's doing. Yeah, see, you caught on to it too.
じゃあねトゥトゥ
Mayuri leaves this time for good. Mayuri leaves this time for good, though she pauses to wave at least a half dozen times before disappearing beyond the archway. Okay, Luca's back.
お待たせしました
Lukako returns shortly after Mayuri leaves. In his hands is the white zigzaggy thing I asked for.
借りることができましたよかったですあれまゆりちゃんは帰ったんですか
Yeah, she took off.
マユリはどうでもいいから今すぐお祓いを始めるのだルカ子よ。
Perform the ex-wife exorcism.
はい僕でいいんでしょうか
Or the dead zombie girl exorcism.
何に対するお祓いを
Lukako is flustered. Is he really up to this? I'm beginning to doubt. I should have known better. The instant doubt touches my heart, a terrible chill shoots up my spine.
俺に取り付いた悪霊が
Okay, so this is how he kind of twists Luca's arm into doing his bidding. Yeah, Lukako's kind of got the same almost like marshmallow sort of pupil too. Yeah, like the white pupil going on. I grabbed violently, shaking my wrist.
悪霊よ急げルカ子
He is possessed by the spirit of Ga.
取られる
そんな岡部さんしっかりしてください
俺は岡部さんではない
Please believe my chuniness.
すいません京馬さんでも僕どうしたら
Do the exorcism.
お祓いを急
There we go.
げこの前教えた通りに
Ah, god damn it. You made Luca cry, you son of a bitch. Seriously. Luca's all all welled up and shit, man. Now I feel bad. Alright. With a serious look on his face, Lukako grasps the Onusa with both hands as if it were a sword. His stance is impressive. I've taught him well.
えっと
Oh, what is it now? His face is red and he can barely talk. It looks like he wants to say something, but is hesitating. Panicking because he feels awkward? Amateur.
頼む悪霊を俺の中から追い出してくれ
Jesus, the way he's selling this, I'm expecting his next sentence to be something along the lines of, only you can suck the poison out. I fear this is where this is going.
お前を殺したくない
Lukako starts crying. God damn it, stop making Luca cry, you piece of shit. Looks like he's really worried. Reason tells me he's a guy, but his lovely appearance makes me feel guilty, like I made a frail girl cry. But despite the tears welling up in his eyes, it looks like Lukako's managed to work up his resolve.
悪霊よ
Alright, up, gotta click. He raises the Onusa up high, shaking it left, to the left, and right.
岡部じゃなくて京馬さんから出て行ってください
いいぞそのまま俺の腕にふさふさを当てろ
The tip of the Onusa touches my upper arm. In an anime, this would be the cue for some dramatic shockwave to occur, but nothing like that happens. The only sound is the chirping of cicadas. I take a deep breath. The trembling in my arm has stopped.
大丈夫だ。悪霊は去ったようだ。よくやったな、ルカ子。
Lukako sighs in relief and blushes.
お役に立ててよかったです。
His shy smile really does make him look like a girl. After I get back to the lab, I take the broken TV down to the Brawn Tube workshop for repairs. Daru and Mayuri have already gone home, so I have to carry the TV down the narrow staircase by myself. It's brutal, back-breaking work, but I manage. May be brutal for you. We've already established that you run out of breath going up, like, just a few flights of stairs. Again, otaku, even back then, weren't considered, you know, the pillars of, like, you know, physical fitness. I push the workshop door open with my hips and head inside. The room is dimly lit by the setting sun, but the gloom is offset by the glare from the gigantic CRT in the center of the room. A 42-inch CRT television. Those are considered pretty valuable now. It doesn't seem like something you could get in modern Japan. Even in 2009, this was like probably considered like crusty and old. With LCD TVs becoming the new standard, I seriously doubt anyone would want a bulky old CRT. I don't know, do they still have their old Famicom with them? Huh. Okay, you know what, Mr. Clean here. You know what, he's got sort of the weird effect going on with his eyes, too. I'm not seeing a proper pupil. Maybe we'll get a... Maybe if he opens them up a little more. Sitting in front of the huge CRT is an equally huge man, reading a sports newspaper. He's the workshop's manager, actually the owner of this whole building. Tennoji Yugo. Tennoji Mugo. I call him Mr. Braun. It's a fitting name for someone who loves brawn tubes. He's fucking jacked because he removes these ancient-ass TVs all day. Hold on, sneeze. Okay, I barely managed to set the heavy TV on the counter. Who's calling me? Who's calling me? Okay, we got a message. Okay, so she responded to our email. When we brought up, the frog. Just Fatty. Okay, I didn't want any of the other Garo froggies, but I did want Fatty. But now that I think about it, it wasn't really that cute. Actually, it was kinda weird looking. I wonder why I wanted one so bad. Hey, I just realized Fatty kinda looks like Daru-kun. Okay, so we'll reply. Just the body, right? No comment on Daru's face. Do they even sell Garo froggies anymore? Let's inquire about the froggies. Because I want to learn a little bit more about the frogs. Okay. Alright, this is the man who clearly loves his CRTs, yeah. Yeah, he's kind of got the white pupil thing going on too. A muscle-bound, bald guy talking about love. Hey, you know, it's more common than you think. It sends shivers down my spine. I'm not sure you should be bossing around a guy who looks like that, man. Mr. Braun begins investigating the cause of the problem with nothing better to do. I look around the store. I don't know if it's just the dust hanging in the air, but something feels stagnant about this place. There are CRT screens everywhere. The haphazard layout makes them seem like junk, but they're all functional, according to Mr. Braun. He's got a full range of both old and new. Some of them are probably older than me. There are even some flat screen and HD CRTs that came out just before LCDs took the market.
今日は遅くまでやっているんですね。普通だったら夜7時には店じまいでしょ。
The crowds in Akiba thin quickly at night. All the major electronic stores close around 8 or 9 o'clock. And then, as if the liveliness of the day was simply a lie, the town goes silent.
今日はこれから客が来るんでな。
Who are you expecting?
例の小動物ですか？
Chipmunk!
おめえな。俺の愛しい娘を小動物呼ばわりするんじゃねえ。
The manager glares at me and takes a photo from his wallet. It is a picture of a young girl shyly making a peace sign at the camera. One might assume this muscle-bound man to be some kind of pervert, but the girl is actually his daughter. She's about 12 years old now, I think. His love for her is second only to his love for CRTs, or was it the other way around? I see her in the store every now and again. What was her name? Oh, Nay, okay. That's it, Nay. A rare name that means to braid. She pops up at the store now and again, so we've interacted with her before. And by we, I mean Mayuri, since she's the only one Nay gets along with. Nay always hides when she sees me or Daru. Good call, kid. Good fucking call. A fucking plus strategy. I don't blame you. I must admit, I'm impressed she can sense my aura of madness at such an early age. Mr. Braun makes a grandiose kissing gesture at his daughter's photo. Once again, shivers down my spine. You know nothing about the love of a father.
しかし、娘以外でこの工房に客が来ることがあるんですか？
I've been renting the second floor for about 6 months, but I don't recall ever seeing a customer. I would be surprised if this place were actually making any money.
客がなんつうか。
Ain't a customer. Okay, okay. He puts away the photo and goes back to checking the TV, leaving me with that vague answer.
ああ、これは多分基盤のハンダ浮きだな。直せろぜ。
Cool.
そうですか。ではよろしく。
待ってろ。見積もり書作ってやる。
Estimate. Of course, there's always a catch.
金を取るのか？
当たり前だろ。払わねえつもりだったのか。
Dude's gotta make a living.
このテレビはあなたからもらったものだぞ。
だからなんだよ。アフターサービスまでタダでやってやるとは言ってねえぜ。
Mm-hmm.
おのれ。自分の間近のオンボロを押し付けておいて、そういう草とは。
うるせえな。
Oh, them's fighting words, man. Don't call his wares junk.
回収費ももらうけどな。
横暴だぞ。人類史の未来を変えるやもしれぬ男からたかろうとは。
それ誰のことだ。
俺のことに決まっているでしょ。
歯磨いて寝ろよガキ。そもそも2階をただ同然で貸してやってるこの俺にそういうこと言うとはいい度胸だな。
Brush your teeth and go to sleep. Go wash your trunks, man.
修理代は弾む。ミスターブラウン。
In the end, I'm no match for him, clearly. Just then, I hear the door open. Oh, who do we got here? Oh, damn, we got another one. We got another one of those. I look up to see that a girl has entered the store. She's wearing a vintage jacket and tight shorts that highlight her long limbs and athletic figure. I find myself particularly impressed by her well-defined thighs. Okay, so Rintaro's clearly a thigh man. Valid. What's up? She's Yeah, that's straight up boomer speak nowadays. You know, like, how'd it go? What's up? I don't know if the mic's picking that up or not. I have the filters on. Yeah, ancient Super Bowl beer commercial. Huh? What happened? Suddenly, time stops. It feels like someone activated the world. The power to stop time, one of the supernatural abilities called Steins, that appear in the popular manga Juju's Bizarre Adventures. Those with the ability to use stands are called stand users. See, when I first played this, I knew fuck all about JoJo. I understand the reference now. So. Alright, yeah. I mean, next break I get, you know, we've been going for 4 hours, I was about to, you know, next pause in the action, I was gonna, you know, sort of wrap things up anyway, but glad you stuck around. I'm glad you found something of interest here. Alright, let's get going. Again, with, like, the white marshmallow pupils. The girl is still standing there with her arm in the air. Her smile gradually fades into confusion. What kind of reaction was she hoping for? Seriously. Anyway, is she the person Mr. Braun was expecting? Maybe she's someone he knows personally. Another daughter? Or, dare I say, his girlfriend? She finally drops her pose and clears her throat. She didn't drop the pose. Her arms up like this. Her arms are up like even I can't do it, but you get the idea. You get what I'm going for. And just like that, time starts moving again.
ああ、バイトの面接したいって子な。俺が店長の天王寺だ。
バイトの面接だとこんな若い女性がこの新規臭くておしゃれ感ゼロで繁盛もしておらずむさいおっさんが店長のブラウン管工房にバイト希望だというのか。
Laying it on kinda thick, man.
おめえ、来月から2階の家賃1000円増しな。
俺は事実を言ったまでで
Oh, even back then, the rent was too damn high.
口を出す問題ではないがしかしブラウン管工房がバイトを募集していたとはな。この暇さではその必要性を全く感じないのだが。
ああ、それは私が電話で無理って頼んだんです。
The girl looks a little embarrassed.
最初は断られたんだけどさ、店長さんにどうしてもお願いしますって。
That's honestly surprising.
今時珍しい若者がいたもんだよな。ま、そこの椅子に座んな、お嬢ちゃん。
Mm-hmm.
失礼します。
Looks like they're going to have a formal interview. I was going to leave, but since Mr. Braun hasn't kicked me out, I'll stick around a bit longer. The girl's expression is stiff. I guess she's nervous. Just because of a part-time job interview? In contrast to how she said she wouldn't take no for an answer, she doesn't seem so enthusiastic.
で、名前は何だって？
Alright, let me make sure there's no flying critters around.
天音鈴葉です。
年は？
18。
Okay, another technically an adult. Same as me. She's a vagabond. She shakes her head.
なんでうちで働きたいんだ？
ブラウン管が好きだから。
採用、明日から来い。
Cool. It was that easy.
というかこれはコントか？もしかして仕込みか？
Smile, your uncandid camera.
店長さん。
Yeah, that's a my dad's era reference. Finally, Amane Suzuha seems to relax. Then she looks at me.
したいというのか。いや、やめておけ。
Even with total strangers, he still lays on the Toonie shtick.
最悪が降りかかるかもしれん。これまでも多くの人が俺の名を知ったことで機関に狙われた。アメリカのサラ、
Yeah, they...
フランスのシモン。これ以上誰かを危険な目に遭わせる。
Sarah, Claudia, Simone.
おい、アホな妄想してんじゃねえよ。
He just doesn't understand my pain.
このバカ男は2階に曲がりしてる岡部倫太郎ってんだ。
岡部ではない。俺は法院。
うるせえ。家賃さらに1000円上乗せするぞ。
岡部倫太郎だ。
Alright, that got him to back down. The girl stands up, places her hand on my shoulder, and looks at me with a serious expression.
君を狙ってるその期間ってのが何なのかわかんないけど、もし困ってんなら私に相談して。岡部倫太郎、そういうの慣れてるからさ。
Really now?
は？
Oh, sorry, Mr. Clean. You just hired a fucking Toonie. Now you gotta deal with 2 of them. Stuff? Like what?
場合によっては手段を選ばず痛めつけてやることも可能だし。
ミスター・ブラウン、彼女は採用しない方がいいと思う。
ああ、物騒だな。騒ぎ起こしたらクビにするからな。そもそも
Alright, keeping her on a short leash.
岡部の捜索だから本気にすんな。
捜索？
せいぜいそう思ってるがいいさ。
But someday the world will kneel before me. And then Amane Suzuha stares straight at me again. Maybe she has a habit of looking people in the eye.
そういうのが流行ってんだ。勉強になったよ。
Trend? I don't think so.
That's it.
Okay. Let's answer this mail. Oh, hey, it's we got one from Luca. Okay, are you really okay with yesterday's exorcism? I feel more like a traditional ceremony would have been better. I'm worried something might happen to you because my exorcism wasn't strong enough. It bothers me so much I can't sleep at night. P.S. Because of that, I couldn't do more than 3 practice swings with Samidare. Don't worry, thanks to your exorcism, my right arm has been quiet for a while still. There's no telling what could set it off. I'm forced to do battle again, if I'm forced to do battle again. Let's just pray that the organization's assassins don't find me. Alright, well, we'll put the phone down. Yeah. Alright. Okay, that's a long enough stream for a weeknight. So let's go ahead, let's do the prudent thing. Let us... Where's the save button? Yeah, we're still in the chapter 1 time travel paranoia. Yeah, there's a lot to go through. I would like a few more streams this week just to try to move things along. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's something I'm very much engaged with. Oh, it's the 29th now. Okay, 29th of June. Okay, but yeah, that'll do it for us tonight. Appreciate everyone who dropped by, chatted, lurked. Thank you once again, Freezing Inferno, for the raid. Always happy to have you around. Always happy to have any of you guys around. So where can we send you now? Where would be a good place to go? Alright, who hasn't been going for too terribly long? Okay. What is Abby Jams playing? Looks like a lot of retro. Not sure what that game is. Is that, Oh, it looks like Bonk. Looks like Bonk is being played. Okay, yeah, it's a bonk game. Alright, I'm seeing it in the preview. Okay. You can go time travel. Yeah. Bonk's Revenge. Okay, that's a very good, TurboGrafx 16 game. If you're into that kind of thing, I think you'll like, what Abby James has to provide. But until next time, everybody, until next time, this is Poncho Smith signing off, saying good night, good luck, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.